B through the smoke. There's no way he can get this.
Shots.
Oh, he throws the grenade, but
Bait comes in. He does it. He does it. He collects.
Welcome back, everyone, to another exciting day of the PUBG Mobile Pro League North American Fall 2023 season. And this is all coming to a conclusion throughout this entire year with PMGC right around the corner, kicking off in November. We're going to be having one team coming in from NA based off points. We have a couple of teams in contention. We've only had one day of play kickoff, so we still have a lot of days to go here before we can find out who will represent us in the biggest event here of the year. But in the meantime, I got to bring in my analyst, my little homie here, to break things down. Who's here with me yesterday. He's going to be here with me in 2 days from now, and he doesn't need a box to be able to be in frame. It's fantastic to see that, Seven.
This is why I love when we do shows from home, because we are the same height. And as you said, I don't need a box.
Are we, though?
Are we?
I'm kind of slouching.
I'm actually taller than you. Wait, what?
Okay. You're actually standing and I'm sitting, and then we're the same height. That actually makes perfect sense. Oh, but Seven, man, yesterday was honestly quite crazy, right? YKG putting up 3 chicken dinners out of their 4 total matches. They came into yesterday to make a statement.
Yeah, I think we were mentioning what kind of surprises we're going to be getting on day one. I feel like we got a very, very big surprise and a statement of its own from YKG getting those 3 chicken dinners, like you mentioned. The way they were able to do it, I think they averaged, if I'm not mistaken, 10 ilms per match from the 4 matches that they played. Like, that is a statement right there for any of the other teams that are trying to catch them today.
I'm sorry, I was laughing because that's like max fan level math. They had 40 eliminations. They played 4 matches.
We haven't seen the overall yet. Okay, I didn't want to spoil the whole thing. Come on. I hang out with Max Man for too long.
That's true. It does rub off on us. Not to mention, never mind. Actually, we can take a look at the format so you guys can be up to date with how this entire event is going to be happening here. If you guys missed out on yesterday, you missed out on the explanation, but we're not going to be showing this too much more often because you should already know. It's the same as last season. We got 3 different phases concluded with the finals. In each phase, your points will reset. Groups will be shuffled. But besides that, we have 20 teams playing out in 5 different groups. So that means we have 4 teams per group. They'll play 4 matches per day until we're done with the week. And then we'll have even bonus points awarded based off of where they place. And then the final 7, top 5 teams straight into the regional championships. And it only gets more difficult from there.
Yeah, and after day 1, I feel like we have a heavy favorite of who might be one of those teams on the top 5 teams.
Execute.
And we might have some, okay. I was going to say, we might have some heavy favorites on which teams are not probably going to end up making it to finals, the top 16 teams, which I won't mention names, but you mentioned one that definitely needs to, we'll get a chance to talk about. You know, I won't spoil it.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of teams. But again, it was 1 day of play, right? I don't want to judge too harshly, but I will judge positively.
We will.
Well, yeah, like YKG, right? I mean, obviously we'll get into this in a little bit of time, but like the confidence they had is something that really stood out to me and was fantastic to see. But what are YKG trying to be confident about? Well, it's this. Our prize pool, $100,000 on the line here for all of these teams. You get $2,500 just for showing up, being here at the event. But if you make it to the finals, you can add an extra 9K to your tally, plus all the money from the individual and team-based awards.
MVP, I'm looking at that. Survivalist. I can't wait to see what the standout moment is going to be, because that one, if I'm not mistaken, we didn't get it when we actually got into the finals, like the first day. That was the moment that we're like, oh, by the way, I'm talking about Nate's insane game in Erringville.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see if there's going to be a player that's going to be able to do something like that.
That's
I hope there is.
Right? Because you have to get lucky to some extent. Obviously, pulling off the play is one lucky part, but also being on camera when it happens is the other part of that equation, right? You got to be on camera. We got to be able to notice it. But there's also like team-based awards when it comes to eliminations and chicken dinners, and obviously YKG is out in the front when it comes to this. It's a lot of money here for these teams, and obviously it gets you going, gets you prepared and ready for what's coming up next, because you got regionals. If you obviously are the highest in points when it comes to PMGC points NA, then you got PMGC, and that like the difficulty jump from regionals to PMGC is like the height difference between me and Seven.
I feel like it's actually higher than that. I feel like it's me without an Apple box standing next to you. Is that kind of difference? All right, that's exactly how I feel it is when we go to PMGC, because some teams get absolutely smacked, and they
do. And, oh, well. think we know. I think we know. If you guys watch PUBG Mobile, you probably know out there. But what about our calendar, right? We said this is going to be 3 different phases with the finals. We said that means we have 4 weeks of play in total. But we will be having a break here in the first week of September, where we won't be having any matches playing. So a slight little break here, which actually could be a luxury for some of these Team 7s to get their head on straight and get ready to go for that final phase.
Yeah, I feel like we have seen it before in the past where some teams are able to take that extra week to just VOD review, maybe work on some other stuff. And it kind of goes the complete opposite of that too. We have seen some teams that are not able to carry any momentum, are not able to carry any of the knowledge that they got from the previous 2 weeks after having that week off, and they actually start a downturn. So I'm hoping that doesn't happen. I'm hoping the skill of the gameplay that we're going to be watching is going to just keep on improving after every single day, after every single match, because as you were mentioning, I'm kind of putting my eyes into Americas and then into PMGC, and I feel like I am going to start at some point judging these teams that I do expect them to what competition is out there and what they need to do to be able to get there, and when they get there to actually win.
I will say this though, Seven. I honestly feel like even just seeing that one day of play, that we have seen teams improve quite a bit from the last season to this season, and obviously from the fall season last year to the spring season this year, we have been seeing teams get better. The only part that I'm really harsh on is the fact that teams just can't seem to stick together. They always replace 1, 2, 3, 4 people on the roster and just disband, and you can't really build that synergy, and you can't really build what you need to going forward into these harder tier events. But let's take a look, though, at some of these participating teams, and you get an idea of some of them that we can mention for you. Obviously, the highlight, YKG having a very strong start on day 1. Talk about NHyper not being so strong. You can talk about Extreme Slayers. Honestly, for me, that was probably the biggest surprise, actually, was how well they started off. And then also, likewise, I mean, you even got, I hate to say it, but Super Laser Reflex, man, I had high hopes for them basically being the chosen, and they didn't live up to those hopes.
Me too, man. Why you gonna put that team up there right now? I was actually I was trying not to talk about them, but I was super disappointed of how they were able to start off the day yesterday and how they were able to finish off the day yesterday, because it was nothing like what I expected out of them. It could be because I mean, it is, as you mentioned, it is kind of the chosen squad. They are missing 1 player, so they could be still trying to adjust, so I'm gonna cut them some slack. That is one team I'll cut some slack, right? But another big team that was a surprise, especially at the end of the days, was Ace of Spades. The performance that they ended up having in Vikendi, the amount of elims, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was 21 elims in 1 match. 20, that is quite a statement, and I want to make sure that it's not just a one-off, because we have seen it in the past. We have seen a team be able to do really, really well in 1 match, and then they never seen from again, they're never heard from again. I'm hoping Ace of Spades is the complete opposite of that, and they actually continue to step up on their performance here today.
Oh man, there's one team in EU that did exactly that, and I cannot remember the name for the likes of me. They put up like 23 eliminations in 1 match and then did nothing before or after that. It was like the most awkward thing ever, right? And I hope, like you say, I hope Ace of Spades can kind of replicate some sort of performance like that going forward. But even Puppeteers, you know, I was expecting more out of Dong and Gang. We haven't really seen them, I guess, unleash the team or unlock necessarily how to play just too much yet, because YKG was winning everything, right? It's kind of hard to show what you can do as a team when YKG is just winning all the matches.
It is, especially with the way they were winning and the gameplay that they were doing. They were, as you mentioned too, they were so confident. They were willing to take fights that usually they would not be able to willing to take, or they would just back off. I really enjoyed that out of them, and I enjoyed the composure out of some of the players. Like, I feel like I have to keep saying this for a lot of the other teams as well, not overexposing themselves and stuff that will get punished when we go to Americas, when we go to PMGC. It's good to see that they're starting to take that into account, or maybe it was just lucky. Maybe we won't see that today. Maybe I'm looking too much into it, but I was just happy to see the composure out of this team.
Yeah, and actually, let's just take a look at our schedule, because we want to start talking about some of these teams more in depth. Now, obviously, as we had yesterday, we started things off on Erangel, but what you can keep in mind is basically every day, the map shift left 1. So that means tomorrow, it's going to be Sandhawk first, then Erangel, then Vikendi, then Erangel, then Miramar. So just kind of keep that in mind if you're ever curious about how the order is going to go from day to day. But that means we're starting things off on Miramar, and of course, Group A will be playing out all 4 matches in a row, have the final match off, and you can see which groups are playing here at the very top of your screen next to the numbers.
I'm smiling because keep in mind of how the order is going to be. Yesterday, I thought at the end of the day, we're going to be playing Miramar. Yeah, that didn't happen. So yeah, just don't trust anything I say in regards to this order. Go by what Jason says or what you see on the screen, okay? Miramar first.
Don't trust anything he says.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't go that far.
Well, Jason, I mean, thinking about Miramar, right? It was Extreme Slayers, I believe, playing from the high ground on the zones there, and they were picking up a limb after a limb after a limb, even after overextending, having Remix have to be picked up by Hayuya, I believe that was, to save them. Then they ended up killing off PASSIONFRUIT. So a lot of expectations when it comes to them, if they can replicate something like that. But then again, the position they had, like, if you don't get a lot of limbs, a lot of damage from there, then you're doing something wrong.
Yeah, and then can we see that again? Can they continue on that performance, right? Because this is a team that was known for dope slayers. They were very consistent. I want to see if that consistency is still there and if they are going to be pushing for those chicken dinners.
Well, you talked about consistency, Seven, and I love how you brought that up. It's almost as if I told you to say that when I actually didn't. What about their consistency on day one yesterday versus day one of the spring season? And we actually do have this for you. You can take a look at a couple of teams here and how they performed from day one of the spring season compared to day one of the fall season. And consistency is right there for Extreme Slayers.
It is. I mean, 40 points in spring, 43 yesterday. Can we talk about the improvement out of YKG? 43 all the way up to 70. And then on the downturn, I mean, we're going to be looking at a team like NHyper that's coming in with so much hype, right? They do have a new player. They are able to switch things up, but they were not able to even meet their number. They're way below 46 points in the spring and 21 points yesterday. That is a huge fallout for me.
Yeah, and I mean, they do start off slow, but I kind of wonder,
right?
No excuses at Hyper. But at what point do you think that's not a valid argument to make, right?
It's not.
Like, how really? Okay, but what about G Gladiators, right? They literally always in every single event have a slow start.
Yeah, but I feel like that could be what's hindering them of not being able to meet their actual full potential, right? And this is something that we were kind of talking about when we were in PMWI. This is something we were kind of talking about some of the other tournaments that we were able to be part of. When we get to those big tournaments, the finals especially, they only last about 4 days. If you have a bad start, that's a day gone. That's 25% of the tournament absolutely gone that you're not going to be able to get back. And then you're going to end up playing catch up, especially if teams start performing the way that YKG has, right? If this was a 4-day tournament, NHyper right now would be in a very, very bad spot. Obviously, it's not a 4-day tournament. They are going to be able to readjust. But once again, there's different tiers. I feel like we had to explain to the viewers too in regards to teams that we're going to be looking at here. And that's what I was kind of hinting at too. There is teams that I'm going to be judging a little bit harder than others because I expect them to be in Americas. I want to see them in PMGC.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think we have to be harsher on those teams because those are the flagship teams when it comes to NA. And if they can perform when it comes to a worldwide stage. Yeah. But we do need to hone in a little bit more here, Seven. Let's take a look actually at YKG up against Extreme Slayers stats from yesterday. Because this is going to be important to see how these two teams did differentiate between the two. Now, you already pointed out YKG with 40 eliminations, but Extreme Slayers, honestly, not that far behind them with 31.
Yeah, not that far. And what was impressive too is that this team was able to get 2 second-place finishes, and every single time they ended up in the second place, and they ended up with 13 or more elims. That is crazy and usually unheard of because we're used to seeing second-place teams end up with maybe 5 elims, 2 elims, and just try to go for those placement points. So it's good to see that Extreme Slayers is not pretty much basing it on those placement points. And on the opposite of that, YKG, the 40 elims, every single player from YKG that got a chance to play yesterday was over 8 elims. We saw some that were actually above 10 elims, and that is good to see too, right? Because if you're wanting to be a champion contender team, you want to make sure it's not just one player that's just CCT. There you go. Are you happy?
Caliber team.
Ah, come on. Okay, you know what? I get a break. Stay tuned. CTT. There you go. That's the acronym for it. But you want to be able to have more than just one player being able to perform, and that's currently what we're seeing out of YKG. Can they continue to do that here today on day 2? I'm not expecting 3 chicken dinners out of them, but I won't be mad if we do end up getting 3 chicken dinners out of them.
Yeah, and on that note with Extreme Slayers, like you have Remix at 11, you have Robert at 8, Frady at 7, Hayuya at 5. So there is like obviously quite a big discrepancy, but when you look at YKG, 13, 10, 9, 8, like a lot closer together. But I think the sentiment, the fact is, like we've been saying this for at least a year now, you can't have that 1-star player. You can't even have that 2-star players. You need to have a squad that can all pop off at any given time. And the fact is, YKG, with how close all their eliminations are between the team, it is exactly what you want to see. But I still want to give it to Extreme Slayers. They did have some really awkward positionings, thinking back to the Miramar, like with Remix. I mean, he's leading the team in eliminations, but that's such a ballsy thing to do when you have the high ground. Maybe they overestimated like where PASSIONFRUIT was or underestimated where PASSIONFRUIT was. But I want to see a little bit more of that today and see if Remix still kind of plays separated from the team a bit.
Yeah, and I mean, in regards to them not having maybe the best way to finish the match, that's what I was talking about too. When they got those second place finishes, they were still able to get 13 elims. So even if they don't have the favorable zone, even if they don't have the favorable spot, they're still being able to output a lot of elims, which, I mean, that's currently what we've been seeing out of PUBG Mobile esports in general, right? A lot of teams going in heavy with the frags.
Yeah, and well, speaking about unfavorable, we could talk about two teams who had an unfavorable start that we have high expectations for. Remember that tiers of team that you were talking about? One of them, of course, is going to be Execute, but you also have to clump in PASSIONFRUIT as well because of the caliber of players they have, the performances they've had in the past, and this is honestly a rough start here out of both these two teams. But I will say this though for PASSIONFRUIT 7, they did get slaughtered by YKG on Erangel, and they didn't have a chance to even play that game out. They had a really rough match there.
They did, and I felt like that was kind of their pretty much their whole story throughout the day. They had very full sends. I mean, even going back to Sandhawk, when they decided to full send it through the bridge, they ended up absolutely smoked as well. So there are certain things here and there that they still might be working on, but as you mentioned, they do have such great players. Like Juancho was able to get 4 elims yesterday. Circle was able to get 3. I want to start seeing sixless. I want to start seeing VALIC. I want to start seeing some of the other teams too, if maybe they end up putting us up. Now for Execute, the big question mark for me is, can they survive? Because right now their average survival time from yesterday was 12 minutes and 40 seconds. That's not really much time that you're going to be able to do anything with. If they can survive a little bit longer, if they can position themselves in a great spot, they are also a team that has a lot of experience, a lot of fragging power too. And yesterday we didn't really get a chance to see kill switch. I wonder when we will get a chance to see him.
Do what Zute said, put him in. He even said put kill switch in. I want to see it. The only problem is I don't know who you trade out for him, right? Because Trick was leading with 3 eliminations, and then Tenza, Fake, Casper all with 1 themselves.
Casper.
Oh, okay. I thought it was gonna be more difficult, but you said it instantly. Okay, all right. Well, I mean, you know who you want to see, but we're obviously gonna see if that does happen later on.
Just one day.
It's just one day. That's true.
Yeah.
But maybe you do need a little bit of time for them to warm up. Who knows?
True.
Maybe that's one of the teams you will give the slack to about warming up into an event.
Okay. Don't push it. Don't push it.
I won't push it. I will unleash the beast right now, which actually, funny enough, is Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here at PMPL. I believe not only in North America, but in Europe as well. And I think there's even a couple more regions in there, and maybe 7. We never did this actually, right? I never poured a monster on your head on the show. I was supposed to do that at regionals last season.
It's because we weren't approved. Ron, if you're watching, do not approve it.
We'll get approval this time. And obviously, if you guys have any posts related to PMPL NA as well, make sure you use the hashtag PMPL NA. We did see one really good post. We wanted to get on the show. If you're out there, you might know who it is, but we'll keep it to ourselves for now. But there's some good ones, and hopefully we can show them on air if you keep them PG enough for us.
Oh, you tease.
So we do like the spicy ones.
You tease. I thought we were actually going to be able to show it. I was ready for it, too. Oh, man.
I want to give them a chance. I want to give them another chance. Okay,
I don't want to like. It was a valid one too.
I don't want to put a team on blast off one day.
Okay, we are looking at those posts though. Make sure you use that hashtag PMPLNA because there were some fun ones.
Okay, 7.
Yeah.
We obviously have the prediction game. You were 5 for 5 yesterday. You were undefeated in predictions. But I'm gonna throw it to you on extreme. So I'm gonna basically give you the option to double your points or lose your points. Okay. How many chicken dinners will YKG get today? If you get it correctly, you could double your points.
I don't want to lose my points. Nah, I'm gonna pass. Send it to the next one. Send it to Hot Chooks or Sute. Send it to Sute. Sute was actually like -3 points. He needs some points.
But if you double -3, that means he's -6.
Sute is a little bit slow to start up. That's the one I'll give a break to. Okay. He'll definitely double it today.
All right, I didn't think you would go that hard on him, but you know what? Luckily for us,
props.
We'll get a chance for Zute to give a rebuttal here. As we're gonna head over to our commentators to kick off their first match with Hot Chooks and Zute.
Jay, the floor is yours, buddy. The floor is yours. We want to hear your rebuttal. Let's go.
Y'all need the handicap. Y'all need the handicap. Trust. I'm gonna start come swinging out the gates now. I'm gonna get 5 for 5. Every prediction is gonna be spot on, and you guys are gonna be kicking yourself for not wishing I had even more negative points.
I love it. Hey, look, guys, let me tell you right now. Right, this is Zute, right, and this is Zute now. Ready? Oh, you know what I'm saying? You know, he was just there watching. He's on the
My
screen, and now
face
the lean,
right up in the screen, watching
lead.
everything.
Oh man, the gamer lead is in. You're gonna be focusing. You're gonna be looking at that map, predicting. All right. I like to hear it. Hopefully, we get some sick predictions here today. But I'll tell you what. One thing that I want to predict is Skills of Mine doubling their points today. Do you think it's gonna happen here?
I think they're gonna more than double their points. A little context for the people that might have, missed day one. Skills of Mine are currently sitting at a grand total of how many points, Jukes?
One. Not number one. Just one, baby. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. 4 matches, 1 point. Honestly, that hurts. It hurts. And we know why. For everybody that missed yesterday, it was 100% due to them just hot dropping every single time and then just getting bad beat. If I don't see them change drop locations today, then I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, what do you think, Zoo?
I mean, I think they changed drop locations. So far, there's only been one hot drop every single time, each time we watch, and it's always Skills of Mine involved. So that means there's like plenty of room elsewhere. They should honestly just change the hot drop, play from there.
Give it up. Give it up. At a certain point, you got to realize when, whatever you're trying isn't working. And 1 point in 4 games is definitely not working. But something that has been working is YKG. YKG absolutely popped off yesterday. Is the reason why I picked up, and we heard, of course, Jason trying to handicap 7, on the prediction game, right? But if I were to guess, I think YKG's taking 2 chicken dinners today again.
Oh, I was gonna say 2.
2?
I was gonna say 2.
The instinct. Makes sense. I mean, these guys, the way that they were performing, they just really showed out compared to everybody else. I love the fact that they understand the lobby. And I'm going to say that compared to NHyper, who's such a great squad, right? A phenomenal team. I think that they're overthinking the skill cap of this lobby. It's like and you've seen it before, right? You've seen teams that normally perform great at, the global stages, and then when they get, down to like the lower end side of a tournament, then all of a sudden it's like they have a hard time, right?
Yeah. So I love that you bring that up because NHyper and YKG, they're like polar opposites. YKG play to the lobby very well, and so they take advantage of all the teams that they could just run over. Meanwhile, NHyper, they overestimate kind of. This lobby is a bit easier than the global stage, so I'd like to see NHyper, push themselves a little bit more, take a little bit more risks.
Well, let's see if they're going to take that here. And now we're going on over to Miramar, baby. Let's get it going. Let's get day 2 started here, the PMPL North American Fall split. Yeah, and I got to agree with you. When it comes to NHyper, I think they absolutely overthink things. Like you see a spot that you think would normally be taken at the higher level, and they don't take it because they just assume. But, you look at YKG, and they're like, oh, yeah, you know what? Let's just push it. They're probably going to be split up, make mistakes, and then we could just run them over and get easy points. And that's what they did yesterday, right?
Yeah, 100%. It's a double-edged sword for me, though, right? Because we saw YKG last split, right? NA crushed it, moved on to a higher-tier lobby, tried doing the same things, tried playing the same style. They got punished, right? Especially when Brazil's thrown into the mix. I'm pretty sure if they, there was one push they did yesterday. They went uphill from low ground to high ground, away from the center of the zone, and took out a team. Now, if that was like Alpha 7 up there, and YKG tried to pull that, I don't think that's gonna fly.
I agree.
So it's a double-edged sword. YKG, I love how they play to the lobby right now, but I hope they're hypercritical of any small potential mistakes, right? Like, oh, I should have done this. Even though I won the fight, I should have done this instead, or I should have calmed this instead. I hope right now for them, that's what they're focused on, like improving even when there's no, obvious mistakes happening.
Absolutely. I think that was a perfect call out. That last Air Gale, that push out. But you know what? It's time to push in, baby. Here comes Wall Street Bets against K19. Tuki gets knocked by Jiwoon. And this is going to be in that stadium. So K19 have the advantage. Wall Street Bets is up on top. And Let's see what Trip is going to do to overcome this. Because, you know, being knocked a player here, it's going to be really hard for Tuki to get picked back up.
Yeah. Tuki's crawling right now. He's trying to find a way to get to his teammate for that revive. And oh, confirmed right there. Ji-Woon getting confirmation. Some pre-fire real quick. Heard the audio. Nice little pressure fire there. And a good nade. Skir's down to 1 HP already. It's looking really bad. The Uzi. Oh, he needed one more shot. Quick trades coming back and forth. The Wall Street Bets still have the man advantage, I believe. Trip trying to add some pressure onto the other side. Oh, ducking and weaving. He gets taken out. And that, I think that's pretty much done, right?
An angle.
Wait a second. Yeah.
That was, I can't believe he didn't move away. Like, he just stood there. Here comes HH24 all by his lonesome now. The man, the myth, the legend in a solo versus squad position. And he's hesitating. Wait, no, second thoughts. He's going back. He's running back to the stadium. Nope, he's running to that Marauder.
Car.
Yeah, he's running straight to that Marauder. Yep, he's out of here.
Can he make it out, though? See how good the shots are from Wall Street Bets. They definitely hear it. Shots coming in. I think
he gone. Oh, no, he might not be gone.
Hold that thought.
Killjoy. Ooh. Yep, you can see HH24 hit that pedal to the metal and said, I am out of here. So level 2 vest, a little beat up, but, you know, the whole team is actually beat up, losing 3 players in a hot drop situation. And it's so crazy for me to see that, too, because, you know, Picalo is so big. It's a very simple map to split loot, right? Just say, hey, you know what? You guys, we'll take this spot. You guys take that. You go that way. We'll go this way. But, I mean, both teams dropping stadium. That's pretty risky.
I mean, it's still early on into the tournament, so I think they just want to establish dominance rather quickly. And then, you know, if they mess up this game, they still got a lot of games to go. So I think that's why teams want to, you know, just if there is a drop where they're sharing it, they'd rather just duke it out and, you know, go on their merry way from there. And Wall Street Bets, though, I'm not surprised that they won that fight. Yesterday, Wall Street Bets was putting up numbers in terms of eliminations. They'd have some games where they go out completely early, though, right, Jugs?
Yeah.
But when it came to the, you know, just fighting together and, you know, helping each other out, holding the sidelines, they are on top of their game when it comes to that. So they took K19 out clean.
Dude, I love to see Wall Street Bets just popping off here. I mean, they did a great job yesterday, I think, compared to what a lot of people assumed how they were going to start off. They definitely have done their homework, that's for sure. The play that I automatically think about was, you know, Wall Street Bets versus MEZEXIS, right? Because I think that MEZEXIS, this was in Miramar too, I think the MEZEXIS should have had that fight very simply, but Wall Street Bets came from that side, took them out, and they didn't get the chicken dinner, but they got a whole bunch of points. So definitely, I think, a team to watch. And starting off today with, you know, 3 elims, that's going to definitely help the morale, that's for sure.
Yeah. Oh, Skills of Mine on screen here. Will they be able to double their points? I'd say probably more than double. Hopefully, right? 1 point in 4 games. You could just, I hope in their heads, you know, they're just calling it a fluke. Like, you know what? It happened. We lost every hot drop. Now we're just going to change it up and play the game. Right?
Yeah. Let's see how YKG is going to opt to play this lane. With SLR driving through a rotation here. Their path might just get cut off. Yep, Joey catching one of them slipping. He's going to go ahead and get that quick thirst too, and he is out of there. Take the money and run.
Yeah, oh, look at that. Awareness, quickly reparking his vehicle. And oh, if Wong exposes himself too much here, he could get taken down. The suppressive fire, the support fire. Oh.
Joey gave up on it. If he would have stood there and just pre-fired that a little bit more, but I think he was just running low on that magazine.
I think Chico had him. Chico had the cover. The sightline was there. Unfortunately, I don't think Chico had the right scope, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Oh, the revive's coming through for SLR, though.
Uh-oh, Skills of Mine on the other side of the mountain. They might get into some action here. Oh, beautiful shots. There goes Fears with a quick thirst. So that's going to be getting that confirm on SLR. And I think understanding that this is super lazy reflex, I'm not going to be shocked to see YKG just get aggressive here.
Yeah, Skills of Mine, third partying from their position earlier. Yeah, SLR is just kind of crunched between both of these teams. Anying going down, one of their top players for sure. Skills of Mine holding a nice position. This, by the way, is pretty much center zone of the very first circle. Like, it's dead center. That's why we see so much fighting in Zone 1 all around here right now.
Yes, indeed. So let's see exactly how they have to play it. Bomba up on top of the high ground, keeping his eye on the rest of SLR. You can see that smoke coming out. Anying is trying to find a position where he can get saved. And here comes a nice nade. That could be good.
If he somehow bounces...
Oh, he does. He got it. He got a little piece, but it's not going to be enough.
Would have been huge for them. Well, they've doubled their points, Jukes.
Let's go.
They've doubled their points already in the very first game.
100% increase. Just like that, guys. So already, this squad is taking it to another level here today.
It might sound harsh, but honestly, like, we don't know how well they'll play, because day one, just hot drops, instantly, you know, done and dusted. That's like 5% of the game. The other 95% is like rotations, pathing, all of that. You know, this team might actually, you know, really show up today, and not just, you know, compared to day one, but just in general. So curious to see how well they play.
Absolutely, indeed. So, you know what? There's nothing like an underdog story. You know what I'm saying? I definitely like one of those. So let's see if they can pull off that hero play. You know what I'm saying? Just come out of nowhere and just start popping off. Well, you know, they started off with a 100% increase, so that is quite good. You can see right there, YKG did lose that player early on. Next zone's about to pop, and it's going to go dead center. And Hyper going to be pretty happy with the zone shift.
Yeah, and Hyper, passion fruits as well in a nice position. It's a cozy spot right there at that compound on the north side of the road. Still a lot of, you know, open terrain to be had, a lot of compounds that could be played. The only big thing that I'm worried about for these teams here is if it's a east or west shift, right? You have the high ground on the west, the low ground on the east. Right down the middle is barely any cover in just that one long road.
Yeah, let's see what Hyper's looking to do. Definitely, even though they have a central position, they're looking for just a little bit better one. They're over here by Graveyard, and it looks like they might go to that church there and camp out. That's a really good spot in this zone. Or maybe even looking to spread out and get some more intel. Extreme Slayers, another squad definitely that we are keeping our eyes out on. I mean, Remix popped off yesterday. The whole squad
so much
did,
damage.
but I mean, he definitely stood out from the rest of the team. So it really, I mean, it has such a huge impact, right, Zoo? When you see one of your squad mates just going crazy, right?
Uh-oh. Kindness knocked. And Wall Street Bets, they're going aggressive here. Jiwoon leading the charge right up into Ren. Ren's got a pre-nade cooking, I think.
Oh my.
Ren just hiding in the vehicle right there. The most non-obvious spot to check. He gets one, but he needs the supporting fire right now. Where's the rest of Hyper? They're going for a revive in the back, and Ren goes down.
You gotta check the bus. You know what I'm saying? And that was a skin bus, too. You should have known something was off a little bit. But regardless, the sneaky play there from Hyper gets a knock, but the rest of the squad isn't there to help him. I'm shocked.
Yeah. I don't like what Hyper did at all. It's almost like by now it's like a rule. Like when your teammate gets knocked, you don't go for the instant revive unless if you're already next to him, right? You hold for a couple seconds, see if the other team's gonna push, and you support your teammate. If they weren't going for that revive, Kindness would be right here.
Yes.
Covering him.
Like, how is
the
Kindness
revive
there? Like, that's unbelievable.
The
that
revive was right there where Kindness went. So if Kindness wasn't sticking, or whoever was sticking the revive wasn't, full reign of cover right there, just like that. And they could have saved Ren right there. So being hypercritical on Hyper, but of course, you know, with yesterday's performance, every reason to be, right? They really need to step it up, and we know they are a better caliber team than what they're doing right now.
Unbelievable. This is insane. So I'm shocked. I'm shocked because this is the most frustrating thing when it comes to Hyper in my eyes.
Yeah.
You know, like seeing them just drop the ball in an easy play. Like, okay, now you could talk to me about doing crazy splits and it not working out. I could be like, okay, trying a new strategy. But that just seems like just a simple misplay. Like, I mean, even with Ren, you know, if you were a player in this, you know Ren is screaming to his team, right? Help me out here. You know, can you guys give me cover? And it just wasn't happening. I mean, so definitely some misplays to start things off. And the crazy part about this, Zute, is this is PMPL NA. You're telling me that in Hyper, with that one mistake, you can't see that whole entire team just come after them afterwards? So,
Yeah,
yeah.
true.
Getting a lot more leniency here, that's for sure.
Yeah. Luckily, Ren went for the, instant confirm, because I think he was getting the comms like, look, I can't help you. I'm reviving. So Ren gave up the fight and just went for the confirmation point. So, but yeah, at a higher level, if he doesn't go for that quick confirmation, the rest of the team 4v3, they're pushing in Hyper most likely.
Well,
Remix
I'll
maybe
tell you
getting
what,
a good shot right there. No, it was Frady. Yeah.
At the higher level, those guys drive much tighter. You know what I'm saying? So it probably wouldn't have got that 1v1 situation or even a time to even,
True.
Get that thirst off. So a lot of what ifs, but the what if for sure is really odd to see. Let's go ahead and move on and take a look at the rest of the squads here. Extreme Slayers, currently over there by El Azahar. They are making some movements on in as we still see, looks like Lotus Esports in the blue zone trying to push on in.
Yeah, the zone did shift more to the west, so everyone from the east has to condense to the west side. The map is still split perfectly in half now between high ground and low ground. We have some heavy hitters on the east side. YKG on the far west edge here. I like what YKG is doing, right? Like, they're down a player, so they're not going to push into the heavy contested area where teams are holding with potential 4 players. Instead, they're sitting back and just picking up straggler rotations. They're managing to get some success there. Hopefully they can pick up a couple more points. They picked up 1 more so far, and they still have 3 up. So they're just playing it slow, but playing it pretty well.
Oh, that's the way you do it. That's the way you do it. You just go ahead and you just find those little straggler teams. And in a lobby where you're going to feel like there's the skill cap of these squads, there's going to be a pretty big difference from those teams at the top versus ones at the bottom.
Yeah.
And if you're a team that's nervous, you're going to be playing that edge, right? You're just barely going to be creeping inwards. So if you're a monster squad like YKG, why not just go ahead and push, catch these teams off guard, and then punish them from there? Meanwhile, on the other side of this circle, MEZEXIS getting into it with BULUC CHABTAN. Nice knock there on the Poppy Sour.
I like the speed and aggression of MEZEXIS. They push right over the top, and look at that! Just decimating BULUC instantly in a blink of an eye. If you rewind that back a couple seconds, it was MEZEXIS running into BULUC. BULUC had the advantage, in my opinion. They had the defensive setup, but MEZEXIS was so fast, BULUC couldn't even peek over the top, and they just got overran.
Beautifully done. I'll tell you what, Baton's been a monster player for this squad. I mean, so far, he seems to be the player that really stands out. He's got 2 eliminations so far. And let's take a look here as this next zone is going to go ahead and be right under San Martin. And here goes YKG versus Execute.
Oh, Execute really need this. They had an extremely rough day yesterday. Here comes Chico over the top. The gunner for the team. Look at this. 2-1. 2 people supporting Chico right here. And I like this setup so, if nades come raining in, Chico has room to maneuver and there's not a teammate that's potentially going to eat the nade for him. And it's a good defensive setup. Now that the nades have cleared up, here comes the second supporting push from the side.
He's got to make sure the smokes don't cut off the vision of his teammates. Yeah, Tensa with that smoke had a little bit more confidence to kind of creep up that mountainside. I think Chico, with some shots coming in from the side, he's in big trouble. I wonder if he's going to hop in that vehicle and get moving here.
We'll see. Man advantage to this side of Execute. But YKG have the momentum from yesterday. You're just trying to wait out the smokes right now. And there's no more nades for the side of Execute. Or otherwise they would have thrown it by now. Oh, well, there's one, but way too wide out.
Casper hopping in the monster truck. I think with this next zone about to pop, they're looking to possibly leave this fight. Chico starting to creep up little by little. Kent's waiting for him. Oh, he had an angle. He gets shot up in the meanwhile. Returns really fast. So very, very safe play there from YKG.
Yeah, in the back lines, you see some adjusting from the support lines. The support angle is now taking an off angle to the east. We might see a knock come in from the side of YKG. Yeah, right there, 24K spreading all the way out. Execute trying to mimic the same by sending Trick over there to deal with 24K. It's like a little chess match right now, back and forth.
Fears trying to get that 3 peek over the hill. Oh, Trick found a nade. And is trying to catch. Oh, the off angle at 24K gets caught out from Fate. So YKG knows that they're on the back foot. They're going to have to either push this Or because trying to leave is going to be too difficult, I think, at this point, and they're in a bad position.
What Execute should look to do now is now have Trick move up some more since they dealt with that off-angle player. And YKG, yeah, they can't leave. The second they hop in that car, Tensa's popping over the top and shooting them. So they have to take this fight. They're going to go for it. Through the smoke, 1-for-1 trade. Chico, last one up now.
Chico's beat up. Yeah, I'm surprised that Execute's even hesitating at this point. They should understand the situation, but you know what? Here they finally come. Here comes Tensa. They do have sight lines on to Chico, and down he goes.
Done.
So, yeah, Execute taking out YKG.
Yeah. They didn't know it was a 4v3 to start off with, too, so I like the pacing of that fight. They didn't rush things. We usually see Execute try and do too much, but that time they played it slow, and it worked.
Better safe than sorry, that's what I say. Let's see what the rest of the lobby's doing. As we saw Zuko with a nice nade. Here comes GK first from in Hyper. Coming on down, looking to try and save Kindness, but he is out of there. So let's see if that 1v1's going to play off. Oh my gosh, GK first, getting knocked. Butterfly effect, just picking apart N Hyper here.
Yeah, and Hyper is struggling a lot right now, especially mentally. I think they realize they're not playing as well as they should be whatsoever. I'd love to be able to hear the comms from them. But now it's just all down to Koi, and he's just trying to find a way up this little mountainside.
Trying to parkour his way up into the next zone. He does have a spot inside of it. Doesn't want to take those buggies. Don't want to take any risks. So at this point, just trying to get something on the board. They do have one elimination, but here comes another battle between two great squads. This is PASSIONFRUIT versus Extreme Slayers, and I believe it's just 6-less up for PASSIONFRUIT. You can see him going for the res, but here comes the push from Brady.
Yeah, Extreme Slayers is killing it right now. Brady up to 4 eliminations, total of 5. They're about to get 2 more here. It's pretty much done. Yep.
See ya. See ya later.
Rough.
So, wow, PASSIONFRUIT's eliminated. Extreme Slayers going crazy. That's Brady with 6 eliminations, and oh my goodness, the shots coming from across the way is insane.
These guys are killers right now, Jukes. I mean, yesterday they were killing it too, so Extreme Slayers keeping that momentum and pushing it through. They're in a decent spot too. They're on the edge of the zone, but they just cleared up a lot of territory and a lot of high ground to work with.
Let's see what the next move is going to be here. As we take a look and Hyper gone. So Extreme Slayers leading the lobby right now with 7. Meanwhile, let's see what Long's going to do. He is going to catch him slipping. Yes, he is. So these little mountainside plays, so difficult because you just don't know where you're going to get shot from, and Long takes advantage of that.
Yeah, this area is so rough to navigate. It's always so troublesome coming into here. You got to worry about up, you got to worry about down, and then as you're pushing through, so many crevices to check, right? There could just be one player with a DBS tucked in the corner, and your whole squad could be wiped out in seconds.
Let's see what is going to happen with Skills of Mind. You know, having a rough day one. They've doubled up points already, so at this point, everything else is just a bonus. Let's see what they can find. They've been in the same spot for quite a while. And they're at the edge of this circle, so when the zone shifts away from them, they don't really look like they're prepared to move. Nor can they. I don't think they have any vehicles. So let's see how they have to play it.
Not sure what happened here, but they seem to have given up the high ground mountaintops over to MEZEXIS. Skills of Mine was here like maybe 3 circles ago, so they could have prioritized that spot instead. But they decided to keep their heads tucked in and safe at the compounds, which leave them very little room to move in. Look at Execute on the west side. Nice split. I just hope they don't do too much, right? This is really good for info, but if one of their players stick their head out too much, it could be a knock and a thirst. So right now, they just need to be able to sit back and play it slow for the side of Execute.
Let's see how slow they're going to play it. Well, they're going to start moving, so not too slow. Meanwhile, you got the Canadian Eagles dead center, so they are big chilling right now on that position. MEZEXIS and Super Lazy Reflex most likely going to get into it in the next few seconds. But there is a lot of terrain here protecting both of them. But you can see both teams getting mighty close to each other. As a matter of fact, I think MEZEXIS recognized that they were there. So you know what? Let's just go ahead and try to rotate this way up the mountain. Let's just play it safe.
Yeah. looking to get more on the higher ground here, rotating back around. Skills of Mine, it doesn't even look like Skills of Mine have a chance to really contest this area. They're just really stuck down on the low ground. Super Lazy Reflex having to work on the mid-ridge area on the eastern side a little bit. But they're okay. They're in zone. You just got to worry about MEZEXIS coming over the top of them.
How are they going to approach this fight? You can see Crow up on top. There we go. Baton catching Trixie Boy slipping and taking him out instantly. So those like Skills of Mine are just going to be stuck there. How are they going to play this? Are they just going to sit? How are they going to make some fights? Baton's got that nade locked and loaded. Oh, yeah, that's it. He's gone. Goodbye.
Yeah, Skills of Mine. They just conceded way too much, way too early on. They had 3 up. You could still take a fight 3v4. But instead, they just tucked their heads in and just kept waiting and waiting, and now they don't even have a chance to fight. Super Lazy Reflex picking up some eliminations onto Wall Street Bets in that elimination feed. And Extreme Slayers also starting to pop off here. Here comes a flank over the top. One thing Super Lazy Reflex needed to worry about. Skyline goes down. But the trade, the support is there. MEZEXIS keeps all 4 up to 8 eliminations.
Quick smoke there from Everest. He's going to go ahead and get that res. Meanwhile, you got Killjoy down the side of the mountain. One of he's going to take those shots. Nice shot there from Baton. Trick getting absolutely beamed and caught off guard. And the split. So split from the rest of the squad. I don't know how he's going to get picked up. It's going to be tough for them to get to him.
Yeah. Like, this is super late circle, right? You don't need to be that split to find info at this point in the match. And you always see it with Execute too, right? It's the lead player at the very front getting knocked. And usually if you want to be the lead player at the front late game, you have to play so careful, and you're literally there TPP for info. That is it.
Fate caught off guard. Here goes Draco from the off angle. Now the Casper does get the pickup on Trick. This little valley here did save him. Meanwhile, that's going to be Skills of Mind eliminated. They got 2 points though, so that's pretty good. Let's see how the rest of the team decides to play. Trick gonna put some shots down range here the next few seconds as this next zone's about to pop in 15. Where's it going?
Popping.
Center up. Center up. Give it to the Eagles. They've been big chilling here the whole game. They don't got to worry about nothing. San Martin has been the play. So let's take a look at, yep, and it does exactly that. So it's their game to win. The Canadian Eagles.
I don't know. I don't know about that, Jukes. This late into the game, getting the circle when you're surrounded by teams on multiple fronts,
hey,
could get a little dicey.
Hit those. Look at this. Look at this beautiful valley they have. Frady got close. Goodbye. That's what you're supposed to be doing. Just if it moves, shoot at it. You want teams to hesitate, even getting close to the side of the map. Oh, nice shots there from Hayuya. This is what we talk about. That tap. There's no reason to spray from that range. You know what I'm saying? If you feel like you can get a couple shots off, then go for it. But those little itty bitty peaks, those tap shots are dangerous.
Yeah, I love those tap shots, especially in the hands of like an M16, so accurate. But Extreme Slayers, they're not pushing off that knock, but they do have a player in zone, so maybe that's why they're not, rushing things in. They already got a spot secured, so they're not going to try and rush things too much, capitalize off that knock. Of course, I think the other team, Canadian Eagles, will be able to get the revive.
Will they get the revive here? It looks like they are going to. Meanwhile, you got Execute playing it real slow. Tricks on the off angle. In a little bit of trouble. Baby Take's going to try to throw a nade, see if he can catch something slipping. This is exactly what the Canadian Eagles need to do. Just press the edge of the zone. Allow the blue zone to work with you, almost like a teammate. But don't bite off more than you could chew. Focus on one team at a time, and it looks like that's what they're doing. They got to watch out for excuse, though.
Yeah, Canadian Eagles are playing this really well. I was worried when the when the circle centered on them that they, tuck into the middle. But instead, they're pushing outwards, which is exactly what they need to do. Just be careful of those nades. Here comes Execute, creeping up along the side here, looking to get some nade knocks maybe. But Excuse very close by on the north side with 4 players up.
Excuse on the top of the hill. I think this is definitely one of those teams that can snake this chicken dinner in. If other squads are not careful. They have the high ground. They're on the edge of the map. And if they time things right, they could definitely win this. So let's see how Extreme Slayers is looking to play it. They've done their job already. 10 eliminations.
Yeah.
So they are big chillin'. No matter where they go out right now, they're going to be happy. But at this point, it's all extra. So let's see how they finish it off. Meanwhile, MEZEXIS with 9. So 2 squads absolutely popping off here in the late game.
Keep in mind, MEZEXIS, the first fight we saw against BULUC CHABTAN, that was so far down in the south. So this has not been an easy rotation game for them at all. They somehow managed to rotate up to the high ground and penetrated the defenses of a lot of teams. And they're up here with 4 players still alive.
See how they're going to play it. Extreme Remix in the mix. 2 players up left for Extreme Slayers. And look at this. Execute. Full lay down. They are not trying to make any noise at all. And that could be the play here. You know, allow other teams to fight it out. Then just pop up and clean them up while you can. So let's see how they are going to play this. Meanwhile, Canadian Eagles holding that angle. But uh-oh, here comes Excuse. Now they're starting to get aggressive. And Canadian Eagles are split, focusing on too many teams at once. And Excuse is taking advantage of it.
In the front lines. He pops up over the top, tries to get a knock, instantly peeks into 3, and yeah, Canadian Eagles are getting picked apart here. This is Excuse pretty much taking over the high ground. Extreme Slayer is still alive with 2, I believe. Just playing it quiet, same as Execute. This is Excuse's game to take. And I think is MEZEXIS getting cut down by 1 player?
Oh my gosh, and not to mention
MEZEXIS had 4.
Wall Street Bets gone, just like that. Extreme Slayers still alive here with 11 eliminations. And we did see MEZEXIS get those shots onto the Canadian Eagles early on, so they soaking up even more points. Excuse, they have the great spot. Meanwhile, Execute with 2 players playing it very quietly here.
Yeah, doing a good job.
Oh, not for long.
Nice knock. I don't think they pushed that though. Not with just 2.
No, can't do it.
This is the last zone coming in. You gotta be careful here.
Let Papa Blue do the work. Yeah, nice smoke there from Casper so he can make sure he can cross. And great shots from all over the place.
There we
Excuse just not able to make it down the mountain. They have to sacrifice 3 just to push up that little bit. Oh, Matt's pinned. Absolute. It is a sandwich from Excuse and Execute up top. Extreme Slayers right below. That's Excuse out of there.
And Execute look like a completely different team when they just play a little bit slower and try and cut down on all the fancy things they do. Now it's a 3-way fight. MEZEXIS up with only 1. We missed it, but I think Wall Street Bets took down 3 players of MEZEXIS as a solo player. Because last we saw, MEZEXIS had 4. Now they're down to 1. Execute on the high ground. They have all the advantages in the world right now. They should be able to clean this out. Don't peek for too long. Remix. The man, the myth. Extreme Slayers, they're looking to take this one.
Oh, Fate said, see y'all. See you later, Casper. I'm coming down. Oh, and getting bodied. Never mind. What a shot from Fate. That was crazy. Meanwhile, Extreme Slayers looking to still win this game. It's a 2v1, and it is over.
What a hustle, Juice. That was what Fate did at the very end. Not gonna say it was bad by any means. It just seemed really rushed, but it worked out because he took out another team. Extreme Slayers, though, on the other hand, man, they played that perfectly. I would have to say.
That was insane. I mean,
Yeah.
we predicted the squad to win, and they did. They did, and I think that they did it in a perfect fashion there because, you know, Canadian Eagles, if they played it correctly, could have won. You know, Excuse, they were kind of in a tough spot, but, you know, a couple different decisions here and there, they could have definitely taken this on top. So Extreme Slayers with 2 players right there at the end, clutching it up. And honestly, if there's one player you want up in the last moments like that, it's got to be Remix.
Yeah. So it's so easy to highlight what the teams did do to come out with the chicken dinner, but there was one point for Extreme Slayers that really stood out to me. When Freddy overextended a little bit and got knocked and confirmed, right? They got a return knock, but it's what Extreme Slayers didn't do. They didn't push that knock onto Excuse.
Yes.
They got the knock, and they used that to just get into the zone and play a little bit slower, and that led to the chicken dinner at the ultimate end. So for me, it was what they didn't do that really stood out. So Extreme Slayers showing a lot of maturity and experience coming into the late game, and that was beautifully done by them.
Great understanding, right? Great awareness to understand when to take those shots, when not to. It's good to see also some Wall Street bets on the board. We even saw Six there. That's good to see. But you know what? A lot more action, guys, coming right up right after these highlights.
Well, Extreme Slayers do it once again. Get themselves a buttload of eliminations and, of course, the chicken dinner. Get themselves even further up onto the leaderboards where YKG got knocked out early to execute, of all teams. Did not expect that in 7. There's obviously a lot to break down. We have some teams fall, some teams rise. Where do you want to start?
Execute. A great bounce back out of them. I mean, Extreme Slayers, too, you were mentioning, they were finally able to get that chicken dinner. It's kind of what I was hinting at, right? Yesterday, they ended up with 2 second-place finishes with a lot of elims. First game of the day, guess what? They're able to just come off on top. Once again, in Miramar, being able to actually close it out. Even though they only had 2 players, they played that out so well. They decided to be a little bit patient and end up third-partying when they needed to be. Great win out of them.
Let's take a look at the match rankings so we can kind of follow this up with some hard facts. And some cold hard facts, I think is the term. 24 points for Extreme Slayers. MEZEXIS, as your point out, was 17. One team, though, I expected a bit more of. Canadian Eagles, because that's, again, another Miramar. If you think back to yesterday, they had the southeast side of Los Leones. They sat there forever. They got gate kept by YKG. Here, they're like dead center in the zone. But I think at the same time, though, 7, as we did chat about it, the position they were holding was not bad, right? Because they had the cover of the high ground behind them. No team could crest that because they would be too vulnerable from too many different angles. But I wanted to see more from them, considering the position that they had for so long.
You wanted to see more out of them, and I think they might have felt that because they decided to take way too many fights at the same time, and they spread out way too thin. If they would have actually stayed a little bit closer together, they had such a great location that I feel like they would have been the team to win this game. Overall, though, this is a team that, based on what we saw yesterday and based on what I'm seeing here against today, I feel like they're still trying to come into their own. They're still trying to figure things out because they're not too sure how to play out of certain situations. But, I mean, 3 elims, you know what? 2 placement points, 5 in total. That's not bad. Actually, you know what? I'll take that. It is bad. You could have done a lot better, Canadian.
I mean, it's
I'm
better than like 10 other teams, to be fair.
But it was such a great spot that I feel like they could have just done so much more. And you know what? MEZEXIS, that's another team that has done so well when we go to Miramar. I hope it doesn't die off for the rest of the day, MEZEXIS, because
you're hoping for those double Miramars.
It pretty much what happened yesterday. MEZEXIS, yesterday, 16th place. 16th place. When we went to Miramar, they ended up in 3rd place with 15 elims. Here, guess what? They end up getting 3rd place again with 12 elims. Not as much elims, but I mean, you can't really complain about stats like that. And one team that you were talking about earlier, Super Lazy Reflex, at least being able to get those elims.
Yeah,
4 elims.
4 elims isn't bad. I think one thing, if we look at another team that's kind of similar to that, is like Wall Street Bets Gaming. 7 eliminations. They seem to just attract hot drops, whether it's Skills of Mind or it's K19 here in Picado. They end up cleaning up K19 for the most part and go on to have a fairly good match. But teams who didn't have a good match, it's your boys in Hyper.
Continuing on teams that actually had a great match, even though it's only 2 points, ladies and gentlemen, guess what? Skills of Mine went from just 1 point yesterday to now getting 2 points. So it's good to see a little bit of a bounce back there. I know it's a bit trolly, but I actually want to see more of this team, and something that I want to see more out of is PASSIONFRUIT Esports. We saw Sixless being able to be on the leaderboard there in regards to longest elim for this match. Only 1 point. That is that is an awful performance, and along the lines of what you were saying, and Hyper, another awful performance. I feel like they are underestimating a lot of teams, especially you saw that within the fight that they ended up having at La Hacienda with Wall Street Bets Gaming. Not it was gonna push on them, and they decided to back off and pick up the player that was not. They left Rin all by himself when they should be covering the angles. So this is something that I love that Hot Jukes and Sute were mentioning when it was happening, because it was such a bad play out of them.
Right.
And I'm glad that Wall Street Bets was able to punish them in regards to at least pushing Rin. And if it would have been other teams, once again, I'm thinking about Americas. If it would have been a Brazilian team, they would have just kept on pushing. Wall Street Bets would have ended up with, you know what, lower on the leaderboard. Still 1 point because they had the Alien, but lower on the leaderboard.
Okay, all right. Maybe we can actually go ahead and head over to Extreme Slayers player stats, because I want to see again who was popping off. We saw Remix before, and it looks like we're going to see him do it, well, yet again here. 777 damage, 6 eliminations, and even Frady. I mean, imagine, as you pointed out while we're watching, like Frady, he overextended into Canadian Eagles for no reason, right? And then he gets knocked and eventually gets finished off here. But look where he got his team with just the stats alone being knocked out that much earlier on.
It was. I mean, 6 Illims, 700 damage. That's what you want to see. And I mean, yesterday, Frady, he was able to get, what, 7 Illims? So it's good to see that being able to have such a great performance here. But you mentioned it. I was talking about it whenever we were watching it. Why did he decide to overextend there and not have even more cover? Because of just the terrain, especially on that area of Miramar. The terrain is just so crazy that if somebody's able to actually spot you, they will be able to eliminate your. Remix, though, continuing to put up those numbers. That's what we want to see. And it's good to see that it's not just him. Hayu as well, being able to put up just 2 Illims, but look at the amount of top. But that's great support out of the team right there.
Yeah, and honestly, like, Robbery was able to put up some really strong limbs yesterday, and you don't necessarily need like an individual or a couple individuals to always be popping off. Sometimes you just don't have the position, sometimes you don't have like the weaponry you need, and obviously every match is always different, right? So the fact that he can play a little bit more support, he help his team out. And I don't remember who got that initial knock on the Canadian Eagles once we saw Frady go down. Was it Remix who picked it up from like super long range, just tapping away? I mean,
Can't remember.
Plays like that, if Frady was able to stay alive, would have been perfect, but obviously it's a little bit too late there. Yeah,
it was. Why you got to bring up Canadian Eagles again, okay?
We'll bring up Execute. Why don't we talk about that?
Yes.
Let's take a look at their stats yesterday versus their stats from this match alone, because they have had, obviously, a massive step up, and they're going to need to here to live up to what we wanted to see out of this team. Now, I believe the left-hand side is this match, and the right side is yesterday, because I don't imagine they got 2,500 damage from the one match alone.
Yeah, actually, one thing that we are going to be taking away is that they were able to match the Illims that they ended up getting yesterday in regards to 6. And that's what we were talking about at the beginning of the show today, is that this team has that fragging power. They just needed to be able to survive. Guess what? They were able to survive. Yesterday, I think it was 12 minutes and 40 seconds throughout the whole day. That's what they were averaging in just one match. Look what happens when this team is able to kind of set themselves up in a top 5 situation. The Illims become a little bit easier for them because they do have the fragging power. And something that I do have to call out that I really enjoyed was seeing Tensa in those close quarter fights. He was able to kind of keep composure of himself, kind of give a little bit of flashes back of the great Tensa that we know, the great player that he is in those close quarter ranges, and he was actually able to help eliminate their YKG very, very easily.
Yeah, and honestly, like, the thing is, we've known Tensa from such a long time ago. I mean, I think the first time I saw him, he was in like Tempo Storm days with like HH24, and was it Chico or Chica? I can't remember. It was an A or an O at the end.
I'm not even gonna. I don't even remember. Actually,
I don't remember either. Yeah, I'm just trying to,
we've seen so many variations of teams that it's kind of hard to remember that far back.
Yeah, that's true. To be fair, right? I only had to do so much NA with for 1 year, but you know what? I'm back for NA, and I'm back to our commentators here because the next match is ready to go. It's Sandhawk, so Hot Jukes and Zute, take it away.
Straight into Sandhawk. Here we go. Let's get it started here. All right, so we start off with Miramar going into Sandhawk. So these teams don't get to warm up on their, you know, their favorite map, Air Gale. So I like this because we're going to get the chaos off the rip. Are we going to see a hot drop situation once again? Do you think these teams have finally learned their lessons, Zoo?
I don't think there's going to be a hot drop. And as much as I like hot drops on Sandhawk, if it's a one-sided one, I'd rather there not be, right?
Yeah.
And I love that you mentioned no Erangel to start off today, because oh, the teams should be warmed up. You know, you get 1 day to warm up. This isn't the amateur league, right, where you need a whole week to warm up. Every team should be ready to go. A lot of teams jumping out and having to stretch to the west, so that could cause some altercations. We'll keep an eye out for that. But as for now, yeah, everyone looks like they're all split up, looting their spots. Trouble in Paradise Resort, though, as there is 2 teams right on top of each other over there.
Well, we saw Canadian Eagles drop here yesterday, right? And they definitely got into some action off the rip. As a matter of fact, I think I remember, did we see, was it YKG that pushed them? So
I remember YKG camping the bridge on PASSIONFRUIT.
That's right. That was pretty sick to watch.
Yeah, so I don't think that's going to happen again. At least, you know, PASSIONFRUIT's not going to make that same mistake again. And it looks like the fight didn't start just yet, but they are definitely aware of each other. It's Canadian Eagles and BULUC right on top of each other, if I'm not... Oh, no, BULUC's to the northwest. This isn't BULUC. This is Butterfly Effect.
Butterfly Effect, that's right. And, you know, I said it yesterday. Paradise is a big enough spot that you could just split loot, move on your own direction, and, you know, catch them in the end game. So, at the same time, you don't want to be lazy while looting because you could definitely get caught and thirsted quite quickly. So, I think that's the strategy that these teams are using. You can see Quinn kind of heading on over to their side a little bit, but, you know, trying to pick up as much ammunition as he can, and I would be surprised to see him return to his team.
They just did a little switcheroo. Both teams wanting to push on their right-hand side, so they kind of are just doing a little merry-go-round here. And there's a reason, right? They're pushing on the right-hand side. You get a little bit more of a peak advantage. So, a little bit of a circle. Eventually, they'll meet each other, I think, and they'll start fighting. Here comes the shots. Some warning shots, maybe.
Sometimes that's all you need right there. You know, there's a couple little shots that are, hey guys, you don't want none of this right now. All right, we don't want it. You guys don't want it. Let's just go ahead and, you know, take the money and run and catch each other in the later stage of the tournament. Super Laser Reflex landing boot camp once again. I like the fact that when we saw them last time in Sandhawk, they headed up the mountainside really quickly. They got a couple eliminations onto Puppeteers and then just came right back down. So.
Not this time around, though. Probably because the circle doesn't warrant it, right? They want to rotate a bit further in. The circle, by the way, is southeast-ish. It's kind of like centered up, you know, but it's to the southeastern side, so we'll see a little bit more of that zone in play, which is why Super Lazy Reflex is not contesting that mountaintop. No real need for it since it's not close to center.
Yeah, and I think they're also trying to hedge their bets because this zone could still go to that southwestern island as we start seeing them get into it with MEZEXIS off the rip. Everest getting caught up by Long. Oh, some great shots from across the way. MEZEXIS is not going down without a fight here. Actually, that's going to be Skyline up close and personal. Oh, he gets caught though by Koi.
And Kindness from the mountaintop. I mean, when it comes to long range, Hyper definitely excels there. MEZEXIS Baton.
What a name.
You called out this guy's name, right? Baton, he is definitely the player to watch for me on MEZEXIS. He's the last one up, too. He needs to get this.
And
he does.
Got
4.
him.
He has 4. Jukes.
See ya later. Baton getting it done. Oh, and Hyper coming up, though, and just say, hey, you know what? Okay, enough of that. Enough of that. We're going to go ahead and take these points. Beautifully done there from Hyper. Huge heads up play. This is the Hyper I've been waiting to see here, Zoo.
I mean, that's great and all, but Baton? He picked up all 4 on Super Lazy Reflex there. And it went by really quickly, but I don't know if you caught it. Right when Hyper crashed down, Baton was holding the angle. He didn't go for any revives. He was holding the angle. If he wanted that, there was a chance.
Oh, well,
here's another fight, though.
Huge fight right here between Ace and Skills of Mind. Skills of Mind looking to make their huge comeback. Oh, not the pre-fire there from Chill. He tries to go with little cheeky shots. And he does now get caught by Ace's Spades. It's all up to Trixie boy. Trixie, you have to push this. Don't give it up. Just push. Just push. Just push.
He's running backwards. He's running backwards. Doesn't want to take the 1v2.
Why?
I agree with you.
Why?
Clutch up the 1v2 somehow, some way, and get like
the rest.
2 revives?
I mean,
Yeah, at least 2.
and for what? Like,
And
you
points.
you left to get what? You left to get what? 0 points the long way?
Yeah. I agree. There's still 14 teams alive. Placement points have been nerfed, right? If this was like
I agree.
old points, like way back in the days,
Yes.
where you could still get, you know, good placement points just making it top 10, then all right, okay.
Yep.
Now,
When back in the
weigh
day,
the options, maybe.
when back in the day it was 20 points for first place, 15 for second, right? And then it went down the road from there. So yeah, you know, going by yourself, getting an 8th place, getting some, you know, decent points was okay. But now, 8th place is 1 point, you know, like 1, and the chances of you even getting there is crazy. So yeah, in those situations, for everybody watching, just take the fight. Just take the fight.
1v2, you're against the odds, but the reward is so much more than just running away and somehow crossing fingers, right? You snake your way up. PASSIONFRUIT's a little bit of a hectic, I don't know what that was, scouting rotation? I mean, he drove away from the circle, so not sure what's going on with PASSIONFRUITs. They seem a little bit all over the place here. And maybe setting up a trap now. BULUC does a smart thing, drives around, baits some shots out, gets some more info. And BULUC knows this is a 4v3 now if they want to take this fight. This is a very isolated one as well. Only 2 teams dropping that northwestern island, so they know what they're dealing with.
That is a great example of what they were doing there, because BULUC CHABTAN, realizing that they have the man advantage, if they continue to kind of just drive around, if they realize that these teams or these players are just so split up, they'll just full send on them one by one and just clear up those points. So meanwhile, with this zone, still a little bit of that, you know, southwestern island is in play. So Wall Street Bets is going to be holding Painan for a little bit longer, as PASSIONFRUIT and BULUC CHABTAN have to make it across the water into the mainland.
Yeah. Very good circle shift for NHyper as well. They get to sit on top of that high ground for another zone. And the most important thing is they know that compound below them is clear. Usually that's never the case when you're sitting up here. A team will, you know, be at that compound and beat you to it, but they pushed down and took it for themselves. So that's a nice little backup in case the circle does go a little bit more north. And then they have a little leaping station to work with from there.
We can see Koi just looking for some intel, trying to see if he could spot anything out for his team. NHyper dead center of this next zone, so nothing to really worry about for them. 3 eliminations so far. The entire team's up, so maybe this could finally start. This could be the game, right, where we see NHyper really roar back, you know, like we expected them to do, just like the old days. Meanwhile, Extreme Slayers, our previous winners here in the last match. A little bit of a split. Robert GG is taking some shots. Got to play it a little bit carefully, and that's why he's really hugging that hill.
It's going to be a tough push up the hill against Puppeteers later on when the circle shifts away from them. So definitely want to, you know, get some more info, take some peeks, honestly, because very low chance Puppeteers is going to push down on top of you if you get knocked. So Robert doing a good job of getting the info right there. And I feel like Robert may be the, you know, the scout or IGL for the team. We saw on the stats, you know, right after the first game, he had the lowest stats out of the 4. But typically when you're the IGL or you're the scout, you just want to sit back and get as much info as you can, or push up and just find the info. And BULUC is chasing down PASSIONFRUITs right now. Juancho having to dip real quick right there.
Yeah, Juancho is just trying to find the best way he can to get into this next zone. But they're most likely going to go into that blue, take that bridge there below Camp Alpha and Ruins, and then try to edge their way in. But they got to be careful not to get caught out, because BULUC CHABTAN is nearby. You can see Juancho just slowly creeping up this hill, just trying to play this super safe.
Yeah. Juancho doesn't seem like he wants to give up that passes way on the northwestern side. Looks like they're hesitant to wrap down, but with BULUC constantly showing presence, I think PASSIONFRUITs will have to give it up.
Let it go.
Wrap down towards the south. Look, yeah, looking for them. It's open. There's no teams gatekeeping on the edge of zone on the south side.
NA, baby.
Might just wait to see a circle shift first.
I think that's exactly what's happening. The quiet before the storm for anybody just tuning in here. That is Sandhawk in a nutshell. Really quiet there at the start for the most part, and then just absolute chaos in circle number 4 and 5. Next zone is about to pop. If it goes on to Pine On, that's going to make things very, very slippery for a lot of these teams.
We'll see very shortly what happens. Everybody's set up in their positions already. See BOPE mixed in with Canadian Eagles on the northeast. The circle just kind of shifts to the east, but I would say more than anything, centers right up. And look, and Hyper straight to that compound, dead center.
Yep, take
They're
it.
not taking any risk.
Beautifully done. I love to see teams that are so quick on the rotations. The second that zone pops, boom, they are on the move. And Hyper with this central position are going to be hard to beat, but they just got to be careful to not play it too passive and allow a team to crash onto them.
I feel like in the old days, we would have seen Hyper do like a split maybe, like a 2-2, just because I feel like there's such a low chance of a team just full sending to the center of the zone, especially at that compound. So like maybe I'm being nitpicky. I know we always harp on Hyper, you know, stop doing your splits aren't working. You said it multiple times. But I feel like, I don't know, Jukes, in that situation, you hold like a 3-1, 3 on the mountaintop, one at the compound, maybe. I'm just saying.
Just let them.
Like, in that situation in particular.
It looks like they might be doing that, too, with Koi on a little bit of an off angle there. So that's going to be...
Oh, Koi didn't go down.
No, I think Koi decided to stay.
Go.
So a little 3-1 split, you know. Just trying to possibly catch a team that could push up on them off guard. That could definitely play in their favor. Meanwhile, Butterfly Fleck and the Canadian Eagles started to crack away at it. Bob playing very quiet, not moving a muscle. He's going to give him false confidence. Oh, and boom, the DBS comes out. Goodbye, Bob.
You don't even, man, you don't even have time to react to that.
Nope.
You get so much power close range. 1-2, and you're gone before you even know it. And that's Butterfly Effect. Yeah, having to make a run for it. He realizes, wait, it's just the blue zone behind me. I got nowhere to run.
I can't go this way. Oh, gets the thirst. And here comes Bob against Kubi. Kubi trying to do the same thing that Bob just did to his teammate. Boom! And he gets up with the return, but the run over from the Canadian Eagles. That's a nice little highlight play right there.
Yeah, perfect timing. Perfect timing for that card to come in for the support and run over. But they do lose a little bit of time on making it into this circle. BULUC wrapping around the east side, trying to make their way in. 2 already down. Can they get the full reset? And now here comes the Canadian Eagles. That timing was crucial for them, and they're kind of beat into this compound now, just by a slight margin.
Here comes Quinn. You can see him creeping up little by little.
Oh,
Baby
through the
Tank.
smoke.
Yep. Oh, the smoke providing so much cover from Baby Tank, just pre-firing through the window. Minority with that nade is going to get eliminated. So the Canadian Eagles just continuing to apply pressure. This is a great, great push for them in a great game. Let's see if they can finish it strong.
Yeah, I love the heads up. They knew there was a timing that they missed out on pushing out into the zone, so they came here fast. But here comes BOPE. Only one player contesting them at the compound, so Canadian Eagles should be okay. But either way, this compound's not in zone anymore, Jukes. The circle has shifted away from this area.
Got to give it up, BOPE. If you're going to push, you got to push right now or move into the center of this position. So let's see how they're going to opt to do it. Skills of Mine does get eliminated once again. So Hyper, big chilling in the center of the zone. YKG, a little bit quiet, but that's because they have that north side and haven't had to use it yet.
Zone crunching in on Passion Fruits here on the south. They had to wrap down.
Meanwhile,
I don't think they could get much further up, Jukes.
Yeah, I don't think they are going to either. Let's see what Juancho's going to do here. Yeah, Juancho's trying to make some shots, and they're just too late into this next circle. I'm surprised that they decided to come in from this side in the first place. Without any vehicle, they are going to be completely stuck. So Kiddo has got his eyes locked onto them. Oh, he spotted one through the tree and does get the shots onto Juancho. And oh yeah, Passion Fruit Esports just getting absolutely ripped apart. Can we at least see one player survive? Nate, the legend, does make it onto this next zone, but for how long? That's going to be my question. Meanwhile, we could see NHyper. They did get pushed up on, and they do lose Koi. Actually, it was Koi, the off angle, that gets taken out. Rin springs the trap and takes out one of the Canadian Eagles here. Let's see what the rest of NHyper are looking to do. It's these 3 building splits that can be so dangerous, because if a team just happens to get there, full sends it on you, they're just going to push each building one by one. Kindness, wow, playing this very bold, decides to go all the way up, and takes a huge advantage with a nice opening nade.
I like this aggression. NHyper taking some risks here when they need to. Now they need to play together as a team. Kindness just one-man army. Gets 1, 2 openings and going for the full wipe. Gets the third. Kindness
Beautiful.
not showing any sort of kindness to the other team right now, and gets the full wipe. They get the circle. They get the zone. NHyper at 7 eliminations now, I believe, doing a really good job.
Great job indeed. I would like to see them just on the other side of that road, just playing it 2-2 together and just catch these teams slipping. I mean, this could definitely be the game for them. Let's see how they want to play it off, though. Meanwhile, let's see how Trip is going to take some shots downrange. K19, they do lose HH early on, and they're playing the absolute edge of this. With Ace looking up on top of them, they are in big trouble.
Yeah, 0 elimination points so far for K19 as well, and they have to fight their way into zone. They need to find something. They either need to sneak their way in or get some eliminations on the way in, but they surrounded from the north and south side, both right over the top of them. Ace on the south on the high ground. Not a good spot to be. Here comes Wall Street Bets creeping closer. K19 Trip. Wow, great return fire. Gets 2 of BOPE. Those are some much needed points for them.
Yeah, you know what? Speaking of points, right? Who's going to get the most eliminations this match? That's the question I have. My eyes, it's got to be NHyper. 10 eliminations to their name. Looking real good. Meanwhile, BOPE looking to put some points on the board. And let's see how they are going to opt to do it. As we do see... Papa Blue coming in strong. Hyro is completely stuck out. But hey, definitely made a fight of things. And meanwhile, yeah, look at Hyro. Just keep on going with that heal. Just see if he can catch Trip off guard. Trip actually runs forward. He's going to get caught here most likely. And yes, he does. Easy point there for BOPE.
And there goes the follow-up. Another point for NHyper. NHyper at 10 eliminations. I think I put my prediction in a little too early, but hey, Extreme Slayers, they don't have the zone completely in their favor on that northwestern edge, as you can see. So if it shifts off them, like just like that, hey, if they could tear through everybody, they might be able to take over the amount of eliminations. We'll see shortly, though. But NHyper, they are chilling in. Look at Wall Street Bets. He still got the high ground, and they're in zone.
They sure do indeed. As you can see, Extreme Slayers, that their name is very, very accurate, because these guys can frag out of their minds here. Remix, he's got his eyes locked and loaded in full snake mode. That's where he's most dangerous. Meanwhile, YKG, all right? YKG are yesterday's champions. They absolutely dominated. You know, looking to turn things up here. They are definitely a threat and a force to be reckoned with. Players better keep an eye out for them.
Still got 4 teams with 4 players up. Anything could happen at this point with the zone closing in so close. It's so much firepower on all of these teams. And NHyper down to 3, but they get zone priority and the hard cover. So it could go either way. Looks
Here
like
comes
Extreme Slayers
YKG.
making their move. Same with YKG. They're full sending it.
And NHyper split, but they're getting shot from the back. Baby Tang gonna knock out both of them. Actually, Fears, that's Kindness takes out Fears.
Ooh.
So why the YKG push just getting absolutely shut down. 24K stealing a nice little point there as he hugs the blue zone. He's shimmying and shaking. And will he be baking? That's gonna be my question. 24K Naki's going to be a little bit overcooked right there as Baby Tank takes him out.
Yeah, Canadian Eagles just completely backstabbing YKG right there, giving NHyper a much needed support at man disadvantage. But NHyper, they're not done yet. They're taking shots towards Extreme Slayers now. Extreme Slayers, new zone pops up. They're still not fully in zone, and Extreme Slayers at 0 elimination. Maybe they're saying saving the slaying for the next game. They're getting the placement points on right now, though.
Yes, they are. There's going to be no surpassing NHyper. It's literally impossible for any team to do so. And let's see how Wall Street Bets is looking to handle this. They're going to go ahead and start taking some shots. Ooh. Actually, if Wall Street Bets takes out everybody in the lobby, they could still pass up NHyper by 1 point. But with Play Zone taking out one of the players from Puppeteers, that is going to be it. NHyper, definitely most eliminations. They do get that last player, though. And Wall Street Bets looking very dangerous from this high ground.
Oh, yeah. Oh, some return fire. Oh, double knock. Oh, unfortunately for NHyper, Extreme Slayers is still up, so they can't just push up the hill and capitalize off that. So Wall Street Bets getting some resets here. Wall Street Bets down to 1 player. They can only revive up to 3. New circle. There's still a circle left for these teams to play for. Smoke's coming out, Jukes. It's a 3-way, 3-man brawl.
Oh, Wall Street Bets had to push out, and all eyes are on them, so they are going to get completely wiped. Extreme Slayers jumps out, and NHyper with these smokes do survive. Oh, they do pop in the vehicle and get some cover. Extreme Slayers can win this. They have the cover. They have the cover. They have the shots. NHyper's in trouble.
It's Ren. It's all down to Ren. The nades are coming in. Frady throws it out. Oh. Audio cue's good. Tosses it to the right side. Not far enough. Ren got that first aid off. 1v2 situation. Ren could pull it off. That nade, though, will end things for NHyper. You know, I misread the prompt. I didn't know it was most eliminations. I thought it was just who's going to get the chicken dinner.
If it was, well, you would have been the big winner right there. That is craziness. Extreme Slayers.
Back to back?
Back to back?
Back to back? That was a back to back.
4 eliminations from them, 1,000 damage, and they did it the hard way. That was not an easy game to win. Just refusing to go down. Beautiful shots from them. I mean, you got to give it to NHyper. That's a performance we've been waiting to see. It's crazy to see them not be able to finish that out, though. That zone right there at the end, just going off of them and have them forced to run out in the open, made things so tough. But yeah, look at that. Kindness, most eliminations, 1,300 damage. This is what we've been waiting to see.
Oh, yeah. I think NHyper, they really need some star power on their team. Like someone to like really stand up and just like take the risks and lead the team, because that's what's really lacking. And Kindness did it that time. He went in, took out 3 members all by himself when they were holding that compound down. So, I mean, Kindness doing a great job. And at the very end, I wouldn't even call it a choke by NHyper by any means, man. Extreme Slayers, they just hustled just a little bit faster than NHyper could. And, well, Chicken Dinner went over to Extreme Slayers.
Yeah, they did a great job of defending those compounds. I mean, it was not easy, especially with how much pressure they have. So, I mean, to see NHyper come out and Kindness to pop off the way he did, finally, we see a beautiful ray of hope for NHyper. Guys, we'll hear what the desk has to say about this right after these highlights. Okay, you know what? This is a personal question from me. Okay, because one thing that pisses me off the most, right, is watching you guys do so well in the early part of the tournament and then towards the end see that slight decline. Is there anything you guys have done to really practice that, you know, end of tournament type of play?
觉得主要原因还是因为我们几个是比赛经验不足的，但经过这1-2年的比赛下来，我们已经能应对这种特殊情况。
Y'all are some of the best in NA, right? I want to see some of the clutch moments. Hopefully we'll see some here in this fall split. You know, another question I have is, you know, do you guys ever feel burned out, you know, during your time on the professional stage? And if you don't mind elaborating on some of the sacrifices you make in your daily lives to be a professional PUBG mobile player.
平时还是经常会感到疲累的，因为每天的工作时间是特别长的，相当于其他的工作。因此我的个人身体健康，还是受到了比较大的影响。
Gotta get that, man. Gotta get them stretches in. Gotta get them stretches in. You know, well, I'm not gonna give you a fist bump here, this one here, man. But I'd like to see, you know, would you like to say anything to the fans out there cheering you and Hyper on?
谢谢大家。然后，今年我们一定会拿到最好的成绩去冲击 PMGC。
Well, I for sure hope to see you there. Thank you so much, Koi, for taking the time to talk to me today.
也谢谢你采访我。
It looks like NHyper chugged themselves a Monster Energy drink, unleashing their beast here in this last match, getting themselves a victory, and hopefully getting Seven to stop talking smack about them. No, to be honest, he has good reason to, but that was a good match, and to be honest, Seven, that was a match they should win, considering the position, the God compound they had, and the way the zones worked out. I guess the only scary moment was, actually, sorry, it was Extreme Slayer's one, obviously, right? But NHyper having a good match, but having the crash by Speedfire onto them and Canadian Eagles at the same time, we saw the true power of NHyper.
We did, and what was crazy too is that they were able to actually do it with just 3 players. They lost Koi early on, and at one point I was kind of scratching my head wondering why Koi was so separated, especially in Sandhog with the circle that they were kind of working with. He decided to go back to the compound they were holding, and then he got knocked right away. So I was kind of hoping he would just be in that compound. If he wouldn't have had to rotate, I think he wouldn't have been surprised by the angle that he maybe was caught on with. But overall, NHyper able to take advantage, right? And another great thing that we saw out of them was the third partying very early on when we saw the third fight between SLR and also I think it was MEZEXIS as well. For them to be able to third party that's kind of what NHyper was known during the spring too. I'm hoping we start seeing more of that. I'm hoping we start seeing more of the confidence, because I feel like we haven't really seen NHyper with a lot of confidence the past matches, yesterday especially.
Yeah, completely agree. But let's take a look at the match rankings and so many points they got for themselves. And obviously, they still going to need some time to adjust within their roster as well. They get themselves 22 big points here. That's massive, honestly, for them. And Extreme Slayers, again, you know, Seven, something you wanted to point out about them was the way they played out that match.
Yes, they were so patient, completely different than some of the matches that we saw yesterday, completely different than what we saw today as well. They weren't leading the charge in regards to fights. They were waiting for the right moment. If they got a chance to third party a fight, they would go for it. And they were also playing outside the circle, pretty much playing the edge of the circle, which was really different from what we're used to seeing out of them. So it's good to see that they're not only can they play when they're inside the circle, they also can play whenever they have the circle towards their back. It's good to see that variety out of them. And I know a team that impressed you was Canadian Eagle Esports, especially with those 10 elims.
Yeah, I think I've been very critical on them, thinking back to the Miramars and the way they played up positions. Yep. Like yesterday, it was like the southeast side of Los Leones. They just sat there forever. They let teams get ahead of them, and they got punished. This time, I think they saw Speedfire crash in to NHyper, knowing that NHyper had this like really good compound that honestly you can't let them have. If you want to be able to have a chance to win, you got to take this away from them. And I think they saw that crash, which allowed Canadian Eagles to be like, okay, let's crash at the same time, because teams in that compound, one of the easiest ways to, you know, defeat them is to crash on them for multiple teams. Unfortunately, it didn't work out too well for them. However, Baby Tang, man, the position he played out later on punished the hell out of YKG and did not allow them. I think he got like 2, maybe even 3 knocks onto them. Didn't give them a chance to actually fight up against NHyper there. So we're seeing some life out of the Canadian Eagles. I'm excited to see this, and I think we were wanting to see if they have that potential to pick up eliminations instead of playing passive and just going for placements.
Yeah, and along the lines of what I was saying with Hyper, want to see a little bit more confidence out of them. I feel like Canadian Eagles in this Sandhog match, they were able to kind of showcase that confidence, right? Especially what you were saying, Baby Time, being able to hold up the angle whenever the crashes came in, getting some extra elims. And another team that surprised me that didn't get elims was Puppeteer. They ended up with 0 elims, but those 4 placement points, playing a little bit too passive. They waited for the right moment. They ended up getting squeezed between Stream Slayers and also Wall Street Bets Gaming. I want to see more out of them, and a team that continues on a big decline here. PASSIONFRUIT Esports, only 1 more point. That is just not what we expect out of this team, Jason.
Yeah, but I'm still very hesitant to judge a team based off of Sandhawk, to be honest, because things can be so chaotic, can be so hectic. The amount of third parties, fourth parties, fifth parties you could potentially have is always tough to deal with. And I think if you're a roster as well who hasn't really grinded out a lot of matches, hasn't played out, you know, a whole season, adapting in those situations can be very difficult for them. But I still have some faith. I don't want to count them out just yet, but the longer we get into the week, the higher the chances that I'm going to start to do that, especially when we get into Friday's games, right? Because we have Thursday off, no matches to be played. Some things. Let's take a look at Hyper's player stats, man. They got 22 points this match. At the end of day 1, they had 21 points. They scored more in this match than they got the entirety of day 1. And Kindness, well, he was one of the men to really pull things forward.
Kindness definitely leading the charge. 1,300 damage. I think that might actually be the most that we've seen out of a player, if I'm not mistaken. I think yesterday we ended up seeing 1,200 and something. 8 elims too. The conversion rate out of Kindness was insane. He wasn't able to clutch it up there at the end with extreme. I'm gonna be mad at this. GK first. We thought he maybe might be able to clutch up at the end. 3 elims though. Like, these are stats that we are not mad at. Once again, Koi, I feel like he could have been able to do a lot more if he just wouldn't have been so far away from his squad, especially in Sandhog, especially with how easy it is to get caught when you are running around, when you are pretty much driving around in Sandhog. Overall, though, great match of Hyper, and I feel like this is a great bounce back out of this team, especially with what we've been seeing out of them yesterday and at the start today.
On Koi, I could not tell from the map stream feed we have, did he get knocked outside the compound or in the compound when Speedfire crashed? Because maybe he just got knocked inside and just got flushed right away, which is why he went out early.
We weren't able to even see that, especially from the map feed. When I was looking at it, I just saw that he got knocked when he got back into the compound.
Okay, cool. Well, it's time to head into our next match of the day. It's going to be our first airing of the day, so we're going to head it back on over to Hotchukes and Zute to take us underway.
Here we go. All right. We got a nice, beautiful playing path right down the middle horizontally. So no surprises for these teams. I think getting back to Aaron Gale is going to be a nice little sigh of relief for them.
Yeah, I got to agree with that. However, you know, third map of the day being Aaron Gale, we might see something spicy just because the teams are very warmed up this time around. Maybe a hot drop. Hot drops will always happen in Rozhok.
Rozhok, yes.
I'd rather not see one. Save all the fighting for the mid to the late game. And as far as circles go so far, Jukes, we've had 2 Aaron Gales. You know, one circle all the way up in the north, like Severny, and then another one right around Shelter. So we've been getting some nice, you know, fun Aaron Gale circles. Not much of a, you know, the snooze fest one. So maybe we'll continue that trend here.
Why don't we get a military base one, huh? Let's do it. Let's go down to military. Let's see some chaos.
I remember, like, was it like the 2nd or 3rd year of PUBG Mobile competitive where I swear the circle algorithm just loved military base.
Yes, it was always going down to Millie. Oh my gosh,
like
yes.
2 out of 4 Aaron Gale maps are always military base.
I remember those bridge games. Oh, those would be so fun to watch. Okay.
Maybe
we got some bridge action still in play. Farm, pretty close to dead center here of this circle. YKG looting all the way down over there in Primorsk. I'll tell you who doesn't want to play Aaron Gale at the start of the day. You know who that is, Zute?
Who's that?
It's Extreme Slayers, man. I think if you're Extreme Slayers, you are very happy with this map rotation because this squad has been going off so far. And as a matter of fact, I mean, they're not playing in this match here. But they don't need to because they're all the way at the top of the leaderboards here. And both YKG and Extreme Slayers played the same amount of matches before this game started.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yesterday when the games were done, we're like, wow, YKG, they're gonna hold this lead first place for at least like a day or two, right?
Right? Yeah, at least.
Extreme Slayers,
See ya.
answered it right back with their own back-to-back and excuse. Whoa!
Uh-oh! Make it 1, make it 2. And wait, did they get picked up for a second? What is going on? Reckless on the trike. We got a runner. We got a runner. Reckless saying, help me, get this man off my back. Did he find a gun? Oh, he did. He found a pump.
Oh, it's just a shotgun.
That ain't gonna do it. That ain't gonna do it. That will scare off Rosh though a little bit. He's got.
I mean, the rest of the team are coming in with weapons, no, for excuse.
Got him. Yeah, if your excuse, push it. Why not? Right? Take these easy points.
Keep circling though. He's on a trike. He can't get too far.
Oh, he got it. Draco, does he get the shots off? He does.
Oh, he almost got
Puppeteers, run. Keep driving. Keep driving on that trike. Go, go, go. Hit the gas. Oh, he flips. It's over. He flips. It's over. He knows it. He is. Oh,
I mean, it's already over.
no, Chronix, chase him down. Chase this man down. Oh,
You have to.
No, you have to.
No.
Oh, wow. Reckless. Surviving. What a play.
I mean, okay. Good discipline from excuse. Maybe, not to chase us down. Like for us, we see it as it's a free point.
Yeah,
it's a
free
free point
all day
Just
long.
keep chasing and then go back to looting. It's not like we have a military circle, right? Where
Dude.
there's like timings you need to beat. Circle is pretty. There's a lot, in the
Why
room
did
to
he
play
even
with.
get off though? Like, why did he even get off and shoot? Like, you
Because
saw.
I think it's because they didn't want to spend any more time on it. They were
But
like,
he-
okay, this is
dude.
it. You get the knock or you don't here, and we go back to looting. We stick to our game plan, right?
I guess, but I mean, the thing is like you had the buggy. The buggy was catching that bike. The
yeah,
buggy
it
was
faster.
gonna.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
So like, all you have to do is just drive up to
Keep
the
going.
trike and just hit it with the buggy.
Yeah.
That's
or seat change when you get really close.
Yeah, when you get really close, but you don't even have to see change. Like, it's a trike. It's gonna flip. You know it is. All you gotta do is just drive up with that buggy. Just give it a little pit maneuver. It's flipping. He's popping out, and it's an automatic, easy elimination. But hey, you know what? Discipline, right? That's what we'll go
Yeah.
with. You're right. We'll go with the
But
discipline.
like I said,
okay?
maybe the call was we want to leave at a certain timing. Don't throw our game plan off too much. So that is discipline. So I'll give them credit to that. But in hindsight, I think, with the zone the way it is, there's no need for certain circle timing rotations unless they have a very specific plan in mind for this circle. Then I'll respect it. Like if they have
Yeah.
a dead set game plan, like if this circle is like this and he's already calling out we're here at like minute 3, minute 4, then okay.
I gotta agree with you. Let's take a look at PASSIONFRUIT over here in Yasnaya. PASSIONFRUIT, just looking at their playstyle so far, I want to talk about them a little bit.
Okay,
They have looked like a team that you could just tell lacks synergy right now. We know they got the gun skill. The problem is that they're not in a position to work together as a unit. And at this
100%
level,
agree.
yeah, at this level against these squads, no matter how good of a gunner you are, you're not going to beat a player 1v3 unless they just do something that is, as you say it, Tute, right? I don't know. Like we saw in Urban Hyper yesterday, right?
Yeah.
So if they play it even halfway decent, you're going to go down 9 times out of 10. So, when it comes to PASSIONFRUIT, especially when you see their Erangel play, the way they park vehicles, hold positions, it's more like they're playing for themselves rather than like protecting each other. Like we saw, even Execute do in Miramar before.
We haven't been able to see, like, anytime the camera was on PASSIONFRUITs, we were not able to see teamwork, right? It was just, it's always like one player getting a revive in a really bad spot, the other player holding off 3, or we haven't been able to see sight lines, like cross covers. It's just, like I said, the synergy is not there yet. They don't know each player's like individual roles at the moment, like how to balance things out, who's doing what at any given time. So maybe it'll start working out for them later on. This roster, definitely experienced, like you said, but they've never really kind of played together as a 4-man squad.
Yeah. They all have the individual skill, but working together. And I think that's the main thing, is seeing that the way you see the top teams position themselves, always covering one or the other. You know, they're always in
Yeah.
a spot to where if someone gets shot at, two players are able to protect them almost instantly. And I want to see that from PASSIONFRUIT. And hopefully we see that along this tournament, right? Because this is their first big tournament together. And, you know, fortunately for them, they have enough games to play to build that synergy, enough time to do so, you know? So
Yep.
hopefully we could see them grow and do well enough to where come finals time, right? They're actually able to show up in a big way.
Yeah. While we're on the topic of PASSIONFRUITs, the head-to-head we did was PASSIONFRUITs and Execute, right? Execute showed a bit of signs of life, you know, on that Miramar game. They didn't get the chicken dinner, but we saw them playing more, you know, methodically, a little bit slower than, and they weren't trying to do too much fancy stuff like spreading players too far out, trying to find too many things. And they had a really good game. So hopefully today they bounce back a little bit more. On top of that, you can see them right there on that northern side, that lime green color coming in from the north. We'll see how they play. And next circle, ooh, right on to Potato Hill.
All right, Potato Hill, so far nobody has taken it up. And, you know, this is one of those positions where, you know, at the highest level, you would assume that it's taken already, right? You'd assume, okay, there's got to be a team on Potato Hill. So that could cause a lot of teams a little bit of hesitancy to even go there. And I think that's why you see them kind of heading near that location, but nobody just beelining it straight there. So hopefully we'll see a team realize, hey, you know what? This is still free, and let's get there.
And Hyper, pretty close on the southern side, but yeah, they're not going to go any more closer towards center. And Hyper definitely one of those teams that would assume things like that because they're used to thinking of lobbies at a way higher caliber level where like everything's taken instantly.
It's gone. Yeah, it's already gone.
Yeah, they're not going to try and play to the lobby, but they're going to play to their expectations of how, you know, teams should be playing, which, you know, not a bad choice.
True.
It's just that when you do have a chance to exploit something and you see it, you know, and Hyper does need to be a little bit more cognizant of that.
Just to give you an example, guys, Potato Hill's still not taken. It's still not fully like taken here at this spot. So yeah, teams obviously really hesitant of taking priority positions because they assume it's already taken up. Now, you know, PASSIONFRUIT is near it, Wall Street Bets are near it. Eventually they're gonna be like, wow, this is still free, you know? And the good thing about this happening so early in the tournament is if a squad, like let's say if I was a team, and I happen to go to Potato Hill right now or even 3 minutes from now and realize that it was still completely empty and free, I'd be like, all right, we're in a different kind of lobby here. You know what I'm saying? We got to adjust our play style. What do you think about that, too?
Yeah, be like there's ways, right, to scout dangerous positions like Potato Hill. There's certain pathings, there's certain, you know, lines to take. So the adjustment should be like, hey, we can be a little bit, I don't even want to say riskier, because if you do it correctly, there is almost like no risk.
True.
Unless a team is playing very unorthodox, right? If it's a 4-man team on Potato Hill and they're not shooting at all to push players away, they're literally wanting someone to crash on top of them, then only in that situation would it be, you know, a bad thing to scout up around there and execute. Whoa, 2 of them just got ran over by Canadian Eagles.
Oh, wow. You know
Here
what
comes the confirmations.
You know what? It makes me think of that first Darren Gale we saw, right? Where a team was just camping a Rosshawk building outside of Blue Zone.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
you know, talk about unorthodox,
like
right?
that was very unorthodox.
You know, so he's like, what are you doing here? Like, what are you doing? I hope that production can hear me and bring up the map right now, because here it is. Look, see? Potato Hill still wide open. Nobody took it. And eventually a team is going to have to take it with this next circle. And they'll realize that it's completely free and hopefully make some adjustments after this game. I think PASSIONFRUIT might be the team to take it. I'm surprised that they haven't moved just yet. Playing it real slow. Here comes Execute, though, getting executed by the Canadian Eagles.
That is rough. 2 of them got run over in that little bowl dip. I think they were, I don't know, man, Execute. I was just talking them up, saying like maybe they, you know, they'll have that bounce back today, and then that's a sad way to go out.
That's gotta hurt right there. GK first full lay down play, and now PASSIONFRUIT takes the hill. Potato Hill now taken. I'm gonna ask them that question after this game to see if they were like, what the reaction was at the fact that Potato Hill was open for so long.
They might have thought there was a team on Potato Hill and they left on that circle shift.
Yep.
They may never know until, you go into the VODs and it was like, oh, wow, that thing's been open this whole time. So
interesting question to pose. Maybe we'll have an answer for you guys tomorrow. But let's go ahead and see who's going to win this match, okay? You got Excuse all the way south of Pachinki. They're going to get into it with YKG right on the edge. YKG has been playing this edge-style play in this tournament. And with how these teams are playing, I think it's definitely working for them.
Yeah, they're looking for the fights because YKG know they can outpower them, outmaneuver them on these rotations when, they do need to rotate. We saw that yesterday. They make, hard rotations when needed, but otherwise they're just going to take the fights, play it slow from the edge in, get their points that way. And I love the way YKG is sticking to that game plan. Here's PASSIONFRUIT on top of Potato Hill, looking over at Wall Street Bets here. We still got 54 players up remaining, so a lot of teams, a lot of players. It's about to get hectic on the next circle shift.
Oh yes, it will. Yes, it will indeed. Okay, and this is still a big circle. There's a lot of areas still to take up, so teams are getting close to each other. Ooh, nice shots there from way downtown. I'm not going to be surprised if we see him with the longest elimination. Beautifully done. So Wall Street Best controlling this side of Potato Hill, keeping an eye down towards Pachinki, and picking up some nice points on the board. Meanwhile, on the south side, we got BOPE really close to Skills of Mind. And Skills of Mind have that hill right above this position, which is really solid. It gives you a lot of sight lines. You got Bomba on the other side, giving it an off angle. He's the one that just has to be careful right now, because if BOPE recognized that he's separated from his team, where the rest of Skills of Mind is, they're not going to be in position to support him.
Yeah, he is a little bit isolated if BOPE pushes on the southern side there. You got to make sure they don't make the mistake of wrapping him to the north because, it exposes him to that sight line. Speaking about north, huge northern circle shift.
Wow.
PASSIONFRUIT's getting into it right now. 3 of them down against the likes of, I think it was Canadian Eagles that they were looking at over there. Oh, Skills of Mine?
Oh,
not sure what's happening, but PASSIONFRUIT's is gone.
God, wow.
Yeah.
Canadian Eagles absolutely evict PASSIONFRUIT's from a position they were defending. So that's got to be really disheartening if you're a PASSIONFRUIT fan. Hopefully they can turn things around later on. Meanwhile, back in the main city of Pachinki, Excuse and Lotus Esports are starting to get into it. Matt trying to shoot some shots through those windows and provide that cover, but he's going in to get that res. Is that going to be a mistake? We'll see if Speddy's going to apply pressure. Oh, that Molotov might just do it.
Comes in.
Oh, a little off mark.
Just a little bit. Oh, that nade. Definitely putting some damage there. Lotus, so they're keeping up the pressure. They know they're at the advantage. Revive is forced to stop. Little peeks up and down. DBS, M4 switch. That's not an angle you want to peek into. 3 heads peeking over at you. Lotus keeping up the pressure. Good nade knock.
Yeah, nice nade
onto Chronix.
That was so huge. And then they know they need to take this fight out now because this is out of circle. Matt, the last remaining player for Excuse. Oh, as a matter of fact, no, there is another player. So it is a 2v4, but they're definitely on the back foot. Draco, tried to catch that head. He sees that nade coming, moves out the way. But Lotus Esports, they need to get this fight finished quicker than later.
Right after this fight is done, they got to move into the zone, and they have zone next to them, but there's no cover there, so they're going to have to move a little bit deeper. This is a war of attrition right now. Slowly but surely, they're pushing Excuse further and further back, but that's just giving Excuse more and more opportunities to potentially get some knocks onto Lotus. Another nade coming in. These nades have been on point for Lotus Esports.
Beautifully done, and they're applying the pressure. There's still a minute on the clock, so the longer that this takes, the more difficult it is going to be to move into the next position because neither of these teams have found a spot. And Draco pops up. Oh, the Molotov comes in. He does miss it by an inch. The point stolen from Fierce.
Yeah.
Fierce
is just watching this. Yeah, he's watching this fight like a hawk right now.
Little taps on Nagara.
Oh,
nice little shots there from... I believe it was... No, it was Chico. from across the way.
What?
YKG just stealing all the points. Nom 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 from Lotus. That is disgusting. I mean, this is what YKG does, right? They've been playing this edge, just picking apart teams, stealing eliminations here or there, just soaking them up like a sponge.
Yeah, it's crazy. You see other teams on the edge, they're like deadlocked into each other, fighting back and forth, and every time you see YKG, they're on the edge chilling. But that's just how good they are at spacing every subsequent circle on the way in. They give themselves that space control. Look at that. Look at where Joey is on the southwest. And look where Fear is at. Look, Joey just might have stole a point onto SF there against BOPE. So they are just eating things up.
I think YKG has done their homework, because you know what this really reminds me of? Vampire Esports from PMWI. Playing that edge, right?
Yeah.
Waiting for squads, just stealing eliminations, focusing on their timing, when to push in, when to push out. These guys would go and push in like in so late game and timed it so perfectly that all the teams around them would be fighting and they would just drive in the middle for free. And YKG is just soaking up points like an absolute animal here. Let's see who's going to win this match as we look to get the top 3 finish. Personally, I think I got to go with YKG. They're just looking too strong right now.
Oh, yeah. I got to go with YKG as well. K19 right now against Skills of Mine. Lacks one up. Trixie boy. What can he do? He's going for maybe a revive here. No, runs back in. Revive is stopped. 2v1 situation. HH and Skur reaching in the compound. Get Skur, Trixie boy, almost making it around the corner. But HH will get that trade right in. And Zone is just right there, but not within cover. So they're going to have to move.
It is closing onto them, and they do have sight lines. I believe that's from and Hyper. Meanwhile, Wall Street Bets. Beautiful nades from across the way onto the Canadian Eagles. All it takes is one. They are chipping away at them just little by little, but they're going to hop in that buggy and get on out of here via the blue zone. And they're going to have to hit that gas quick because this one's really starting to chunk. But he should be able to make it in on time, and it looks like, yes, he does.
Shots long range here. Trying to maybe find an entry in. He's getting a lot of hit markers down there, but no knocks. Back down onto the south side, YKG. You were saying like they just play on the edge, and I just want to real quick say it's so much more complicated than playing on the edge. It's all about the spacing you do. Playing on the edge, every circle from the start of circle 1. You got to get that spacing down correctly to give yourself room. Otherwise, you end up a lot like the other teams here playing on the edge, just stuck with each other and fighting all the way in. You don't see that with YKG because they do it the right way.
I will say that it's not just that too. It's also, like I mentioned earlier, timing and IQ, because you could be at the edge. Deciding when to fight and when not to is so important, because if you just play it super passive, you let teams get false confidence, and then you roar in and you take them out. As you can see, SLR in an absolute battle with Wall Street Bets. Anya coming in with the S12K. Hits the flick shot. Can he do it again? He does. Anya absolutely dominating Wall Street Bets right there.
Let's go. Shotgun power right there. Anya pulling up huge for the team. Canadian Eagles close by, but they're just chilling on the ridge side right here, hiding in the smokes, taking shots at K19. 7 eliminations already for Canadian Eagles. Good to see some signs of life from this team. Super Lazy Reflex get the full reset. Keeps all 4 players up. Got a lot of 4-man teams. We got YKG, Super Lazy Reflex, and Hyper still also with 4. But man, just look at YKG. The amount of map control they have right now.
Oh, the awareness they have. And his next zone does pop. They're going to have plenty of cover to get into this next one along this ridge line. And meanwhile, you got Ace of Spades up on top and Hyper down below controlling the compound. And let's see how these teams opt to play this. And the great thing about YKG's strategy is they already have 6 eliminations, or I think it's 7. 7 eliminations. So regardless of where they go out, they're putting good points on the board.
Oh, run over for YKG.
Oh,
that's another team gone.
Another team finished on the edge, and their control, their spacing so good, like you mentioned earlier, that they're going to have room to breathe as well. Here comes Joey up in the front lines, looking to apply some pressure and buy his team a little bit of a little bit more time so they can get this res off. That's why Joey did that. He just wanted to put some shots down range, say, hey, we're here, leave us alone, so that way his teammates can get that res. Beautifully done.
Yeah, so YKG had zone on the south side close to them, but look at how far up they pushed to the north side to create that, once again, spacing. If they tuck themselves in on that south side, it gives Ace time to swoop down and get the advantage, but instead they push Ace up more to the north, so just beautifully well done for YKG. It can still go badly for them, but they're doing it correctly.
Koi just pushed from cover all the way outside to the edge of the circle.
Oh, I see that now, yeah.
Possibly looking for an off angle for NHyper. I am not sure, but a very, very interesting strategy from him.
I think he's trying to do what YKG was doing to Ace, right? He's taking advantage, trying to force YKG up north into Ace now for a fight. And that's what's happening. And if anything, it's working out. YKG getting cut down, maybe because of Koi, not even because of Ace of Spades, because Koi's forcing them more further north. Now Chico's forced to run away here. YKG getting cut down now. Chico goes down to a nade, and now it's all down to Fears.
Oh, Fears gonna be there and goes down. So
and look at NHyper.
YKG done. NHyper leaving their ridge line. Okay.
Yeah, they left their compound.
Something we have waited to see from NHyper, being able to make a bold decision. The safe play, obviously, to stay in their spot, don't even worry about it, you know, but nah, going out, getting aggressive, picking up those points, a huge change of pace here for NHyper.
Oh man, I wish we could replay that whole thing on the mini map so we could really show what happened, but I was commending YKG for pushing up north, right? Don't let Ace of Spades give you the advantage. Right when they did that, NHyper took advantage of that, which caused this to happen. And now NHyper are the ones with all the control of the zone and 4 players still up and picking up elimination points versus sitting up as 4, just waiting around in the compound, right? So just beautifully done by NHyper.
Active play from here. Beautiful. Yeah, like you mentioned, that was as beautiful as it gets. You can see Ace of Spades, last player up, probably going to go out to the blue zone here because trying to make it in is going to be too tough. Nope, he goes for it and gets caught.
The AK-4X, love to see it. SLR got a knock on to Kindness, but they can't push or really do anything because they still got Canadian Eagles by them, right? So NHyper will be able to get that reset. New zone pops out, and NHyper have majority control right there. SLR is barely in that zone, so SLR don't have to push into NHyper. But NHyper, they're the ones that have been doing all the pushing, regardless if they have the circle or not. So very good to see.
NHyper chicken dinner all day long. There's no way they lose this at this point. With how they're playing, so aggressive. This is the NHyper we've been waiting to see. Willing to take risks, whatever it takes to get the chicken dinner. They have done it. So that was absolutely a confidence play right there. So with this lobby the way it is and both these teams outside of the circle, this should be an easy chicken dinner for NHyper at this point. Who's getting second place?
SLR and Canadian Eagles on the chopping block now. Canadian Eagles feeling the pressure more so. Man disadvantage, zone disadvantage. Got to figure out a way in. All the sightlines are covered, I'm sure. If SLR doesn't see you, NHyper is going to see you. They're trying to find some sort of way in, but time's ticking. Blue zone's closing.
Blue zone is closing indeed. So both of these teams are going to have to get moving. NHyper looking to soak up some more points here along with that chicken dinner they're about to get. Who's going to be the first one to get punished? You can see Koi just peeking this ever so slightly, trying to get some intel. Just want to make sure that he doesn't get pushed up on for free. And
so vigilant.
Yeah, Kindness and Rin on the other side, just with complete oversight of the rest of the map.
It's going to come down to Super Lazy Reflex versus NHyper. The next zone's really going to determine how much Super Lazy Reflex has to play with.
And how many points NHyper's going to get.
Yeah. Oh, what a nade.
Wow. Jump nade from downtown. Catches Bob slipping. I mean, this is it,
Chef's
ladies and
kiss.
gentlemen. That was beautiful.
Yeah. That's like what, 80 to 100. That's a far nade. And he nailed it on the first one as well. And There goes the confirmation. Oh, there goes the finish. That's it. We're down to the 4v4, and zone favors NHyper. Not that they need it, but curious to see how's SLR going to decide to play this one out.
I'll tell you what, zone blessed and hyper is best and hyper. This is where they're the most dangerous right now. And SLR, hey, having a good game, right? I mean, second place, 4 eliminations so far. Maybe they might be able to steal another. Here they go with the bold push, though. Bull sending it around the way. They're gonna get shot up in the process.
No
but
knocks.
It's only GK first, no knocks. He's got to get one here. As SLR able to make it up close and personal. GK first is a little bit out of position for the rest of his team, but they're finally here just in time to help him out.
Yeah, I love the way GK First rearranged his position there to just stay alive more so than anything. Now the full spot's here. Good nade. And the Molotov, though, from Kindness, answers right back. We're down to one player from SLR.
One great nade deserves another, and down is going to go long to Kindness. Beautifully done. Kindness shutting it down. And Hyper with their first chicken dinner of the tournament, and it was a good one.
Yeah, they did it in spectacular fashion. Sure, it looks like they just got the zone over and over, but the way they played it, it wasn't the NHyper we're usually seeing, right? Where they just sit and wait. Because let me tell you this, I'll tell you this, Jukes. If they did sit and wait, that last zone, they would be fighting YKG.
Yep.
Because YKG would have crashed in, and then SLR would have been able to third party the both of them. But instead, NHyper, they went out of the zone, and you called it out. You had the eyes. You were like, wait, Zoo, what's Ren doing? He's pushing out of the compound, out of the zone, towards YKG, and that was game-winning play for NHyper.
Absolutely, and that's why I had picked YKG for my top 3, because I was like, NHyper's in this building with how they've been playing.
Anything.
Yeah, there's no way they're gonna leave.
They're gonna sit.
Yeah, they're gonna just sit, turtle up, let the zone come to them, and YKG is gonna clear out this whole side, then push them. And with how aggressive YKG is, I'm like, yeah, NHyper probably ain't gonna stand a chance. That's what's going through my head. And then I see Koi go out of the zone, and I'm like, what's happening here? What's happening? And then Rin follows right after, and it was all she wrote. GK first, though, with the highest amount of damage, most eliminations with 5. I mean, these are the plays. These are the plays we were waiting for from NHyper.
It's a completely different NHyper today. You know, we saw a little shine of that on Sandhawk when Kindness pushed out of his compound, right, into a 1v3, and he got all 3. And now this was a team effort pushing out of the zone, and it is just looking better and better. This is a form of NHyper that I haven't ever really seen before, right? The risks they would take before is when they get like a super big advantage. I'm saying like they get 2 knocks, 3 knocks, then they push out of zone and do something in third party. Whereas, you know, other teams like Alpha 7, they don't even need a knock. They'll just make the advantage happen. Now we're seeing a different NHyper. They're going to, you know, explore, take risks. We've always been saying NHyper, they need to take a little more risk. Look at how much it's paying off for them, Jukes.
Oh, it paid off in a major way. Still a lot more action, guys. Don't go anywhere right after these highlights.
I can finally say it with confidence this time. NHyper take the chicken dinner and get themselves their first victory here at PMPL NA Fall Season. And honestly, it was well deserved. But as we heard Hotchix and Zute talking about here, Koi, I don't know what he's doing within this team, man, but the plays he's making, the pushes, and I said this to you, Seven, when we're watching, he reminds me so much of GK First when we first saw him come into the EU scene when he was with Panda. He's just kind of unhinged. Just let him do his thing, and he'll carry you to victory. And I don't know if this is like agreed on communication of Koi, just go rotate off, go throughout the, just do whatever you want. But what he's doing is working. And I love how Zute and Hotchix talked about how we're seeing him just be so aggressive, where previous season we didn't see much of that at all.
Yeah, I'm with Haju and Sute. I also picked YKG because I thought, okay, and Hyper's just going to be chilling in that compound. YKG is going to be able to pretty much destroy everybody and just get a bunch of elements and secure that third place. No, Koi especially. I mean, I was kind of scratching my head when I first saw it, when he decided to push out of the compound, push outside the circle, get in a position where he was just kind of scouting on YKG, and he third party that fight too. What a performance, dude. The confidence, I feel like, out of Hyper that we're seeing. This is what we want to see out of this team, though. I feel like they're finally starting to play to the lobby, right? They're finally starting to play to what we're being able to see from some of the other teams here in North America. With Koi, though, I do have to be careful, though, because some of those plays, I don't feel like they would go well when we do end up going to Americas.
See, I'm going to disagree with what you said.
Really?
Just because, only on one note, that they're playing to the lobby. I think they're playing how they want to play, and they're making the lobby play to their level. Because if I feel like they're not, from what I understood, what you said is like they're playing down to the lobby's level.
Yes.
But I don't think they're playing down to the lobby's level. I think they're playing above the lobby's level, which is why they're like why Koi's able to make the plays like he's doing. Because he's not being punished, and he's showing like, if you can't punish me, I'm gonna keep doing this. And Fears, he tried for YKG, it didn't work out. Koi was able to stay alive.
I'm with you. I'm with you if that's the case, right?
But that's what I want to see.
We'll just have to wait and see if that's actually going to be the case. Overall, though, they play that so well. We can keep saying it over and over again. A team would usually just stay in the compound, wait for the right time, see if they can third-party fights while they're still in the compound. For Hyper to push out of that compound and seek the fights, seek those third parties, that's very impressive. That's confidence right there.
Well, let's take a look at our match rankings and maybe dive into this a little bit more, because you talked about, before we even started the show today, you're like, Jason, first of all, you're handsome, you're amazing, I love you. You said you want to see a team dominate NA. And Hyper are starting, in my head, I mean, I know it's just a couple of games here, but they're starting to move in that direction, because they're not playing down to everyone else. They're kind of dominating these lobbies with the positions, the rotations they're taking, and the confidence they have. I think this is maybe the start to the Hyper that we kind of expected coming into this fall season now.
I can see that, but then we can kind of say the same thing about YKG, right? They're currently not getting those chicken dinners, but in this last match, I felt like they were playing with such a great confidence, especially outside the circle before the Hyper third party, before the fight with Ace. They had such a spread out on outside the circle that they were able to control so much space and be willing to pick and choose their fights, even though they didn't have any compound, even though they still have to keep on pushing inside the circle. So overall, I'm loving what I'm seeing out of these teams. I do want to continue to see it now. We don't want to just see dominations just in one day. We want to continue to see consistency throughout the days. By the way, a team that we've been kind of hinting at too, Canadian Eagles, we'll actually get a chance to talk about them. But that's another team that's playing with some confidence. 9 elims, 14 points in total. And guess what? SLR. Finally, we're starting to see some of the flashes of greatness that we wanted to see out of this team, or at least improvement from SLR, because they ended up with 10 points for themselves.
Yeah, I'm not used to seeing SLR on the front page compared to last season. I feel bad saying that. But Ace of Spades as well, if we're talking about SLR stepping up. I mean, Ace of Spades had that fantastic final match yesterday where they got 20 eliminations. They got the chicken dinner. It's good to see them be able to make it into the later stages here and be fairly successful. But you're saying, and there's a couple of teams here that I'm probably thinking you're talking about here, Seven.
There's one thing especially that I'm looking at, and it's one team that hasn't actually been able to execute. I'm gonna give them a bit of a pass because they did have some good matches, especially I think it was the first match of the day. I'm looking at PASSIONFRUIT Esports. They've been able to, if my math is right, if my Maxman math is right, I think they've gotten only 3 points today. They are going to be sitting out in the next match, and then we'll get to play the final match. But this is not what we wanted to see out of PASSIONFRUIT, and I love what the casters were saying. Once again, Hotchix and Sute talking about how this synergy doesn't feel like it's there for PASSIONFRUIT. I would have to second that. We haven't really seen any kind of synergy out of this team. We haven't seen any support out of them. It's everybody just trying to put their input. I'm hoping that after today, when we do have that day break, they'll be able to go back, bot review, and this is what I was hinting at as well yesterday. I feel like we won't really see much they actually have a full day to VOD review and work on their and figure out on their game plan.
All right. Well, I know 70 want to see overalls, but I think I'm going to delay it here because I really want to focus on Canadian Eagles as we were talking about watching the match. Let's take a look at their stats from yesterday versus their stats today. Now, yesterday they were being ultra passive. Today we're starting to see more aggression out of them. We're seeing Baby Tang in particular put up some really good numbers. We're going to see here. I mean, they've already smashed their damage record and elimination record from yesterday. So the left-hand side is going to be from today. The right-hand side is from yesterday.
Their elims alone. I mean, 9 elims yesterday, 22 so far today. They're being able to get into more fights. The way they're willing to take those more fights too. It was a big question mark at the start of the day when we saw what they were able to do in Miramar. I felt like they could have taken control a little bit more of the position they had. But now I think they might have recognized that, and now we're starting to see a little bit more aggressiveness, a little bit more willing to get into fights and actually just focus on one fight. I want to continue to see that out of the team. And you mentioned that name, Baby Tang. Yeah, he's been popping off today. And he's been popping off in a big, big way. I think in Sandhawk, he ended up with 5 LM.
Yeah, and he also basically single-handedly wiped YKG when it came to Sandhawk. Maybe we actually take a look at their player stats in the day so we can kind of highlight that. Or maybe we'll do that later on because if I'm not mistaken, our next match is ready to go, which means your favorite map, your favorite Battleground 7, Vikendi's coming up next.
Oh, I almost said Sandhawk. I'm so glad you said it. Thank you. Thank you, Jason. Candy.
Okay.
I don't like it. I don't like it.
Okay. All right. You know, everyone has their
The
own
players
opinion.
do.
Okay. Well, it's only the players we care about. Don't worry. Oh, campers.
True.
Okay, I get you on that. Let's start to our commenters, though, because it's time to get icy. It's time to head into Vikendi with Hot Jukes and Zute.
That's right, baby. Here we go into Vikendi. Man, what's happening, Zute? I'm starting to hear the shift of the tides. Okay.
Oh yeah.
I'm starting to hear them. Now they haven't shifted just yet, but I'm starting to hear them. You see Hyper starting to pop off now, starting to make some decisions that we hadn't seen before, and now we're heading into Vikendi here. Look at that right there. Total Eliminations remix on top with 18. Kindness showing up in a big way. I think this is a huge game for a lot of these squads, in my opinion.
Oh yeah. Teams are starting to finally come to like their true form almost, right? Like YKG, they've been on top of it day one. We see other teams really starting to show form, like Canadian Eagles and Hyper. We are seeing stuff that, you know, we wish they were doing for like the entire of ever since they were in Hyper, to be honest with you, Jukes, because they always had this more passive play style which worked really well. So we're just like, okay, fine, that is just their style. They're not aggressive, it's fine. But in my mind, in the back of my mind, man, the top teams in the world can do both, and we're finally seeing in Hyper starting to explore more of that aggressive play style.
Absolutely. And Hyper making some plays. First zone comes on up. We got some water in it. Let's go. Let's go. Hey, Extreme Slayers back in the mix here, Zute. Right? They didn't play in the last match, so they weren't there to help shut down in Hyper. But now they're back. They are dead center of this next zone. Yeah, that's a team you definitely got to keep your eyes on for sure.
You know, if ketchup and mustard go well together, what does skills of mind and something go well together with?
Hot drops.
Oh yeah.
Good old hot drops.
They're in another one, and they already lost the player. Bomba though in the 1v1, maybe he could turn things around just a little bit. And Anders, he's not going to get that 1v1. They know they have the man advantage, so he's just stalling. He's waiting for that support. Oh, nice angle right there.
Jump shot!
Oh, just outclassed in every way right there.
And it has to be a headshot. You know what I'm saying? A jump out the door headshot. Highlight moment? Highlight moment? That's pretty good.
Now, Anders played that perfectly. He knew that Bomba knew that Bomba needed to do something, so he just played right into the hands and skills of mind. No more hot drops, please.
Please, just stay away. Yeah. Do a trick. If you see a hot drop coming and you're in a parachute, do what you're doing right now, Trixie. Right? Instead of running away, just fly away. Just fly away.
As far as possible.
Yep. Yep.
Even
You
if they
don't
had
want none
nowhere
of
to
that.
go, just fly into the water and then swim to the other side.
Yes. Yes. Don't even sweat it. Don't even get near them. Just take off and don't even look back. All right. Well, here we go. Here we go. You know, Lotus going to start this game off with 3. YKG going to be chilling here. I wonder how YKG, once they look back at that game, how they're going to make adjustments after that, because they know Hyper is starting to make some plays. Maybe that, you know, edge play style, maybe they just decided to make some push a little bit quicker than before. What do you think?
Yeah, one thing that I'm really curious about, Jukes, and definitely ask the players this too from YKG, is YKG, okay, first off, they're a very smart team. They're keeping tabs on the map. I'm like 99% sure they knew it was Hyper at the compound. And because of that reason, I wonder if in the comms it was mentioned like, oh, Hyper's at the compound, they're not gonna push out, we're good. We could sweep to the north to create more space. Like, I might be stretching it, but I think somewhere in there, they had it in their back of the head that they could get away with it because it was Hyper at the compound.
Makes sense. Makes sense. You know, so that's what's so good about what Hyper did, right? Not only was it a great game, they were able to get a chicken dinner, but it also causes some indecision here. Meanwhile, the trap from Casper. DBS, Bob. Oh, and he got him. I thought he didn't for a second, but he sure did. He's going to go real
third
quick.
party.
Gets the finish. Oh, third party coming? Casper,
Yeah.
can he do it again? Yes,
Oh.
sir! Casper, back-to-back jump shot. Goodbye! Keep going. Keep going. Got him. Oh,
You almost
one
got
more.
that one.
One more. Casper, 7 shots left in this DBS. Trying to find the angle. Did get his elimination. Stolen.
Wait.
Let's see how he does it. Goes for the reload. Does get it. 1v2.
There's a fourth party going on in the back lines. That's
Got
why
him!
Puppeteers isn't all
Casper!
here. And
Jump
Casper's
shot.
gonna keep going.
Goodbye. Casper! Highlight moment earlier? No, sir. This is the highlight moment. Casper crushing it right now. Oh man, if you're a member of XQ, you're a fan of them, you are on your feet right now. 4 eliminations. DBS Nerf say what? DBS Nerf say what?
That was crazy.
Wow. That was beautiful. That was
That
beautiful.
was 4 teams. So it started with Execute. Some team was gonna try and take out Casper, and then another team rolled up to take out Casper, and then another team on top of that rolled up onto the team that's there. Yeah, there was more. There was 4 teams involved in that fight.
Yes.
Except it was the Casper show.
That's
He
what it
was the
was.
one that took the spotlight.
He said, I got a DBS, and look at his movement, right? His body movement, understanding it. Some players will just be like, oh, you know what? I'm done for. I'm just going to go ahead and just push out, try to make a crazy shot. No, right? He played it so well. His movement back and forth along that little wall there, the jump shots, just had all the angles and absolutely destroyed. Win the game, Casper. You know what I'm saying? At this point, just
Win
do
the
it.
game.
Just win
Win
the
the
game.
DBS.
2 players left. Just hold the DBS in your hand. Just start pushing people. Make it happen. Let's go.
Yeah, that was much needed for Execute, because if Casper wasn't gonna pull that off, it'd be a solo player left. It'd just be Trick left. So they pick up points. They pick up a highlight reel, maybe some motivation. But that DBS, disgusting.
Just gross. Just gross. Wow, what a play. Indeed. Something we've been waiting to see for a minute now. And let's see where... Okay, next zone about to pop. Does go. It still continues to be in the water. That's going to eliminate a few more locations you can go. The great thing about Vikendi, though, is there's so many hills, so many bowls, that there's pretty much cover everywhere.
Back to Casper here. Got
Keep
Clown.
this Casper
Oh,
show.
solo survivor. Last one up, and oh, they know.
Oh, no, Clown, it's over.
They know.
Casper, you got to just pull out the DBS. It's been working.
Oh, Clown's running right into them.
Got him. Make it 5. I mean, that is insane. Casper.
How did they know, though?
Oh, they sensed him. They sensed the clown.
The clown senses were tingling.
That's right. He
I-
honked his
I
nose.
smell it.
He honked his nose and they heard him.
I hear a clown over here.
I hear a clown over here. I hear the pitter patter of big shoes.
Clown shoes. Wonk, 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 wonk. Oh, man.
Uh-oh. Oh, speaking of, I'm not going to say that. Here comes Cloudy. Cloudy coming up the hill. Robert GG, very quiet. This is what Extreme Slayers is really good at. They're so good at giving false confidence. Look how quiet they're playing this.
They have no idea.
Oh, no, they're going to get bodied. Butterfly effect is done for. I mean, unless they really say... Oh, they see something?
Oh.
They may have spotted him.
They spotted the car. They spotted the car peeking out.
They saw the little tippy of the tap on the head, but they aren't getting shot at. Oh, but Extreme Slayer Frady coming out hot. He found those angles. Here comes the 3-peek.
I love how when they were pushing up, they spotted the edge of the car.
He jumped out?
I don't know about that one.
Cloudy! Oh, Cloudy! Shutting them down with that DBS. Here comes Remix looking for some revenge, but it's already too little too late. They already lost a player. They could lose Frady too if they're not careful. That nade, is it good? Oh my gosh, couldn't be placed any better. That is insane.
And here's Remix on the other side, pushing the last player. QB, you're out of there. Driving over the top, flying across the skies,
Front flip.
flipping the car right into the hands of another team that's taking shots at him now. It is none other than the K19. QB won't make it in alive. And HH, he's gonna press this. He knows it's a solo. They really want the points right now. Kubi, can he pull off some clown magic here?
Oh, now he knows the DBS is there. HH said, I'm gonna come on right back and hide behind this Tesla. And well done from K19 to clean that up. Big heads up.
And Cloudy was putting in some work there, right there with the DBS as well. Ultimately, they go down. Extreme Slayers, they lose how many players? They only lost one. Not too bad. Could be worse.
Could be worse indeed. And let's see how the play is gonna handle out here from Kiddo up on top of the roof, looking for some cheeky angles. Next zone. 20 seconds left on the clock. YKG hiding in the building as Ace of Spades is starting to push up on them. YKG really good at defending, but it's really hard to defend a building like this because Ace of Spades is going to surround, throw a whole bunch of utility in. If they catch one nade, YKG is going to be in big trouble.
Yeah, and with the zone about to shift, they might just wait a little bit more. Well, it doesn't really shift anywhere. It is Vikendi, so they're going to have time to take that fight. Ace of Spades in their cars. You can see them backing off. So yeah, Ace of Spades is going to go more center circle for another compound. YKG will not have to take that fight. And not much movement going on here. Most of the teams are already in the zone on the south side. There is Excuse and Lotus. Might get into a scuffle here. Looks like they're just going to keep rotating though.
Just keep it pushing. Keep it pushing. Meanwhile, yeah, let's see. Lotus just trying to find a spot into this next zone. And you know, we talk so much about how this lobby thinks differently from others. You know, Cement Factory is completely wide open right now. There isn't a player even near it. So I think a lot of teams assuming that it's taken, so not choosing to take a solid location up here. But then again, the zone could still go anywhere.
Yeah.
So we'll see what decisions these teams decide to make. Extreme Slayers really down on the south side. They're going to be gatekeeping, looks like Lotus and Excuse. With so many teams gone, right? We have 2 teams gone, but a lot of players picked off, right? Almost half the lobby has been taken out so far. So a lot of teams are playing this very, very quietly, and Vikendi having so much coverage. I'm not surprised to see a little bit of quietness right now here for at least the next, maybe even the next couple of zones.
I agree. I mean, if teams wanted to fight, they usually get it done early. Mid-game slows down a lot, especially on Vikendi. It's not like the other maps. So teams are just going to, if anything, take peeks, not full commits. Maybe if they get 2 knocks, you might see like a crash. For now, it's the waiting game. And you can see that. Yeah, teams are just shooting, letting their presence be known. Like, hey, this is occupied. Don't come here. So they're playing it for the late game.
Rightfully so. Rightfully so. Just, hey, play it safe. Don't make some mistakes. And try to get it done in that late game. Let's see here as we are looking at Super Laser Reflex. Make some moves. This is that planning phase. But I don't think they need to move at all. They're dead center. So right now, just hang out. What I don't like to see, Zoo, is players in this quietness. It's almost like you look like they have this like crazy anxiety. You know what I'm saying? They're making too much unnecessary movement. And like when you're in a position like this, you should be dead focused in looking in one direction, right?
I mean,
Maybe
sometimes
even
it's good to keep. Sometimes it's good to keep the fingers warm, though. You know?
I get it. I get it. You know, keep the fingers warm a little bit, but I hate seeing them make moves and decide to like heal off in a position where they have no sight lines anymore. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like, if you're gonna move, you know, keep the fingers warm. Do it in a place where you still have eyesight in a particular spot. Because once you take your eye off the ball,
100%.
even for just a little bit, you know, that's all it takes for a player to sneak up on you, or even a team in a vehicle.
Circle does shift down to the south, so might get some action here. BOPE and Ace of Spades on the northeast. They have to come in. We do see Puppeteers on that hard east. Might get into sightlines of K19 and YKG. They're on the edge of zone. Might decide to just wait one more. See what kind of YKG we get in this circle. Are they going to go aggressive? Well, here's MEZEXIS going aggressive onto BULUC. This is on the northwestern side.
And here they go. Crow looking to get a nice cheeky nade off. Oh, and he gets caught by Everest. Beautiful nade there from Everest. Nice heads up play.
I think that was a teammate.
Oh, that could have been. Oh, yeah, that,
That
was
was a
a teammate. Oh, goodness gracious.
Uh-oh.
That's going to hurt. Okay, well, how are they going to bounce back from that? Meanwhile, with that opening, here they go. One of the players from BULUC CHABTAN does get knocked. He's coming up with a DBS, though. Pre-fire coming out. Everest does get knocked. And it looks like BULUC CHABTAN with a huge advantage. These DBSs are deadly. It's just Skyline up.
Skyline, DBS, and a dream. Can he pull off? What? No, he cannot pull off what the execute player managed to do earlier. And that is BULUC CHABTAN with a successful defense. That was MEZEXIS crashing in. And, well, it all went wrong when the first player on your team got team-nated.
Yes.
So, bit of a miscommunication right there from MEZEXIS. We usually see them do really well in these quick scuffle fights. Puppeteers in the SLR. More DBS action to be had. Player with an AUG in the back lines long. Coming around the corner. Support fire from his teammates. They'll take that player out, and that is done. Super lazy reflex. Good defense. Loses only one player.
They do get another elimination on the board, so it's 2 total. And they are still in the mix here. Uh-oh, starting to get popped at from this position. I do like the fact that they did protect their vehicle just in case. That Zima, you can see it there in that corner on the bottom left. Next zone does come on up. Okay, it looks like LOTUS Esports did recognize that Cement Factory was still open, so they are going to be holding it for now. And the zone might just go there. We'll see where it does end up. YKG looking to heat things up, though.
Oh.
That nade is going to start things off. And here comes the push from YKG.
I love how Chico's always in the front line. They just send this man out, do his magic. DBS in hand. Oh, he goes down, though. The Bison getting the better end of that one. YKG, they got watcher spacing, spread out a little bit. A good nade, and they're gonna be gone. Second knock, Joey with the Molly. Binky Bay goes down as well. YKG just crushing the competition here. Third party from distance, though, maybe. Hold on, Kiddo! Oh, things are falling apart. Down
The
to
shot,
1v1.
you gotta hit those! 24K! Takes his time, and they lose a player because of that. But yeah, I guess, you know what? Didn't want to take the risk, but if Kiddo has any utility, this squad's done for, but it doesn't look like he has any at all.
Popping off some heals right now. 24K is going to go for that revive. And I don't think there was a third party. It was just Kiddo doing Kiddo things. Remember, this is the guy that somehow took down Hyper yesterday when Ace of Spades should have been dead to rights. So Kiddo
That's true.
about to pull off another miracle here. 1v3. Oh, okay.
That nade hurt. Oh, yeah.
He's done.
Wow.
Yep.
Well, YKG do get the last laugh. Joey with 3 eliminations, 24K with 2. And they're going to get that loot as well. The zone has popped. It has gone just right to the east side of Factory. So YKG looking to lick their wounds, take that loot, and get ready for the next circle.
What a great defense from Kiddo, though. Gotta keep an eye out for him from Ace of Spades. YKG driving right on in. Beats BULUC CHABTAN here. And oh no, it's not BULUC, it's BOPE. Supra gets opening. More DBS action.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. That was close.
Throws the Molotov. He's stuck, though. You got to know that some util is coming into this restroom any second now. That's why he's hiding in the shower, just in case. 24K about to see if he can slip one through the window. Got him! Goodbye!
Hello.
Beautifully done.
That like bounced right into his cheekbone right there.
Now the question is, which team do you think is going to win the game? It's pretty much anyone's game here at this point. Personally, we'll go with LOTUS. Why not? Let's see where this next zone does go.
Yep. I'd have to go with LOTUS as well. They're the only, I think, 4-man team up.
And it's YKG that gets the circle. All right, K19 on the other side of the map. Definitely have a good spot. Don't forget about HH24. Skur was stacked on top of him, so it is K19 that are going to have 4 players up as well.
Same with 4-1-2, actually. There's 3 teams with 4 players up, so any of those 3 could pull off some magic. Of course, LOTUS, though, our pick, definitely getting a hard zone shift away from them.
Can they win the game? That's going to be the question. Let's see. This getting into this next circle, they're going to have to start moving already. Okay, we finally see Fetty get in a vehicle. So they're on the move. I'll tell you what, don't count out Extreme Slayers either, right? Because this team, even though they have 3 players up, Remix kind of counts as 2. So
Okay.
if he's able to get into this next zone and possibly like eject Trick, who's the only player on that south side of that circle, then they're definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Oh, Trick is gone. Trick just went out.
Oh, Trick
So,
done.
There you go. South side is open for the taking.
Free.
SLR trying to hold on that southwestern side. And they can't go into the circle yet because there's no real cover there. So they got to play from here, try and push teams away, and then take that spot for themselves. But LOTUS with 4 is going to make things really difficult. And I really want to see LOTUS clear that compound out first before just rotating ahead of it. And Extreme Slayer is getting taken down right now by the likes of Excuse.
So yeah, Excuse right on the south side of them. So Excuse coming up from behind, and you know, Extreme Slayers thought that they were clear, but you always got to clear your back before you focus forward. And they got caught because, you know what, trying to get into this next zone is definitely difficult. So I don't blame them for prioritizing that. But because of that one decision, 2 of their players gone. And that is a huge loss for them.
Yeah, down to Frady. All that's left. Frady could pick up maybe a point here, but not much more, in my opinion. Excuse, rotating in. Not a lot of hard cover, but there are a lot of trees and rocks here in this forest dip. 4-1-2 having to push into YKG. 4-1-2 had 4, okay? YKG had only 2. So this is a 2v4 defense. Nomad, 4-1-2, getting the revives. All down to 24K with the DBS.
Meanwhile, let's see how they're going to handle this situation. 4-1-2 getting knocked. 24K through the window. Gets the knock. He's all by his lonesome. He wants that thirst. He wants it. No utility, though, to get that finish. What's the rest of 4-1-2 going to do? Are they going to make this push, or are they going to let 24K find some angles on him? That's something you don't want to do. 24K, he's deadly.
Yeah, 24K moving back and forth, making sure to stay out of nade range here. Now he's got to pull off a 1v3. He's got the M4, he's got a DBS. 24K, if anyone can do it, it can be him. Extreme Slayers eliminated. They are out of the lobby. Look at how scared 4-1-2 is. They're playing this so passively. And now finally here comes the push. A bunch of smokes laid down. It could work in favor of 24K if things get too smoked out.
24K was getting burned up right there. And now you're right. 24K is still alive, making some shimmies, making some moves. And Extreme Slayers with 4 players are doing everything they can to not go into this fight. 24K, crazy pre-fire, switches to the DBS. They don't go for the other end. And 3 players. So yes, finally 4-1-2 using their man advantage. And now they have the north side. They should really focus on the inside of the circle rather than looting up, though.
Yeah, they played that as safe as possible. Gave 24K as much respect as they could. And I was scared for a second when 24K whipped around to look at them and he had that DPS in hand. That could have been a 1-2 knock right there, but it worked out for 4-1-2. They get the compound. New zone shift goes over, though, to the south side towards SLR.
Let's see how it goes here. We do have Fetty. And the last player up for LOTUS Esports, the last player up for our hopes and dreams that we're going to win this match, getting our prediction right. But you can't count them out just yet. We got to look at K19, though. K19 looking really good. They are outside of this circle, though, so they got to keep an eye out as they push in, and they're going to be pushing in right onto Fetty.
K19 getting extremely close. Fetty pops up.
Got him! Tukey with a beautiful name, with a beautiful knock right there with the DBS.
Yeah. Skirt is knocked. Not a lot of time to get this revive. Zone is closing. It's just going to be the 3-man of K19, and they're all stuck now. They're behind this rock. Smoke's fading. They're going to have to try and run in, but XTZ has something else to say about that. Lasering them through the smoke. It's not looking too good for K19.
No, it's not. Yeah, forced to push out because of that zone. XTZ just trying to catch somebody slipping here, but he's running out of ammunition. He realizes it. Switches the 4X onto the UMP. Here comes some long nades. Meanwhile, 4-1-2 on the other side of things, just trying to play quiet, trying to get into this next circle.
Next circle pops. Neither team really gets the zone here. It comes down to SLR and 4-1-2, really, unless of K19. It's HH. Unless he pulls off a miracle, but smoke is fading. HH gets one, he gets Onying, and gets the thirst. You can never count this guy out. Playing quiet's not really his style, but there we go.
Pain taking out HH24. It's 4-1-2 versus SLR, and I'll tell you what, XTZ has 8 eliminations all by himself. This is a one-man wrecking crew. 4-1-2, you better take him out sooner rather than later because this man's on fire.
Nade. If Long could get a nade somehow, it could work. XTZ, he did take the car into a good spot in the zone. He needs to get one, maybe even 2 knocks there, but that nade flies
misses.
too wide. XTZ, he's got 1 nade in hand. He's got to do something with it.
Yep, here he
Feeling
goes.
the pressure.
Here comes the throw, that nade. But he got some nades coming to him. XTZ is super lit. Oh, and he gets knocked. Unfortunately, no support.
It's
Gonna
done.
happen, and that is a chicken dinner for 4-1-2.
4-1-2 out of nowhere in the late game, just with their manpower, takes one over on the rest of the lobby. Very well done for 4-1-2. They played it really safe. You saw that 4v1 against 24K. They respected it. They also respected that last fight. They didn't rush things. They got the chicken dinner, Jukes.
Beautifully done, beautifully done. But they didn't win the war because we know who got the most points there. So yeah, 4-1-2 does get the chicken dinner, and that is exciting for them. Their first one so far, well deserved, you know. But man, we just saw a crazy performance. Look at that from SLR. 8 eliminations for XTZ. That's what I'm talking about.
He was putting the Z's
That's
for
right.
everyone else, putting everyone to sleep out there. 8, man.
Hey,
that
don't forget about Casper though, right? Casper, 947 damage, and I feel like 90% of that was done within the first 5 minutes of the match.
Yeah, the DBS. He had the longest highlight clip of the entire tournament so far. I thought he was gonna go down like maybe 30 seconds in. It went on for like a good 2 minutes, Jukes.
That was what we're talking about. I can't wait to see what Jason and Seven have to say about that play right after these highlights. One more match. One more match.
412 Nomads close things out, get themselves a big dub, and get themselves a well-deserved victory because they had to fight their way through quite a few different teams, especially YKG, as you saw 24K try to hold things down, but well-deserved nonetheless. But honestly, that match had quite a few crazy clips. We'll start off actually taking a look at one of them after we talk about our social media that you guys need to be checking out. You can tweet us your favorite moments with the hashtag PMPL, and you can also check out the Discord server, YouTube, everything. Make sure you guys check it all out. And we haven't seen some of your tweets, so make sure you keep sending them. And if they're PG enough, we're gonna try to show them on the air for you. But man, my boy Casper, he was not a friendly ghost this time here, Seven. He dominated Puppeteers.
He redeemed himself. Okay, this is something I was telling the casters too while it was happening. He redeemed himself after that mini play yesterday in OP dip where he was just missing a bunch of shots. He wasn't missing that many shots here with the DPS. By the way, they said that the DPS was nerfed. Nightmares to a lot of people because
It's still a shotgun.
yeah, and especially when you put it on the right hands, stuff like what Casper was able to do, it's gonna happen. That was beautiful. I'm with Stute. I thought he wasn't gonna be able to survive that long, and then he just kept on surviving, kept on going. I'm all for it.
Let's see it again, actually. Luckily, we do have a replay here to break it down for you guys, and honestly, it was pretty damn. Actually, sorry, it was Speedfire. For some reason, I wrote down Puppeteers, but that was just rough.
Look at this. Hold on. Let me just take a second. Boom. And then right here, I actually enjoy this. I like the patience. Not with this one. The other player that
it was
comes
actually
close to him.
Puppeteers was there. My bad. Oh my god, I'm just getting so confused now. I was just flabbergasted by Casper.
This fight right here, he kept trying to find an angle on it, and the other player from Puppeteers just kept following him, so he wouldn't be able to find the angle. And right here, when he was able to surprise him, and then go back and start just spraying them. Gets one, and then it's able to get the other one with a jump up. Just such a beauty play from Casper. You know what? Let the man cook. We were saying put in kill switch for him. I was absolutely wrong. I was absolutely wrong. Let him cook.
That was like a 1v4 pretty much, right? It was like a 1v2 v2 that came later on.
4 elims after that engagement.
Insane stuff out of him, and honestly something XQ desperately needed. Think about Nate, right? We talked about the pop-off moment to get the Panthers going last season. That might have been it here for XQ. But let's take a look at the match rankings and see the points all the teams got, especially 412 Nomads, considering they won the game. They get themselves 15 points with 5 eliminations. But Super Laser Reflex, we talked about him last match, 7. We're starting to see them warm up a bit.
And we actually got a chance to see a player that I'm not too familiar with, but boy, did he put his name out there. XCZ. He had 8 elims there towards the end. I'm not sure if he was able to get even more, but 11 points for this team. And this is why I was hoping that SLR would be one of the best improved teams going from spring to fall, not only because of the additions that they added, right? They added a lot of the chosen players from the spring, but just the fracking power that we know those players have is currently showcasing here. I want to start seeing a little bit more of that. Obviously, I'm not expecting wins every single time. I'm not expecting 11 elims all the time, but if we can start seeing some nice consistency out of them, that'll be great. And another team that we kind of have to call out here, Jason, K19. I felt like this match was theirs to win.
Yeah. Before I talk about them really quick, I just want to actually say for Super Laser Reflex that I don't think we can really call them or compare them to Super Laser Reflex from last season because it's literally a completely different team. It's just one person holding the spot. So it is like a completely different roster, and at least they're showing that they can do a complete 180 from SLR from last season. But yeah, K19, man, I was really disappointed. I feel like they had such a good spot on the eastern side. They were across the road. They saw YKG and 412 fighting, and what did they decide to do? They sat there. They didn't crash onto him. They didn't try to take that compound because it was in a better position that they were currently holding. And then they send one player, I think it was like Trick, to rotate down towards like the south side to eventually try to push their way in. But eventually what happened was they got pincered between 2 different teams and eventually just taken down, and not really much you could do from there. I really feel like that was K19's match to win. I think it was just the indecision or the lack of decision to be made of crashing onto that fight with YKG and 412 that really cost them the game.
Yeah, if they would have crashed on that, it would have been at the perfect time too, because 412 Nomads was still recovering from the fight between YKG. Another team that I actually think took a little bit way too long to rotate out of the position that they had. I think he was into Circle 5. No, it's not going to be Lotus. It's going to be a team here on the second page, which is going to be Extreme Slayers. I feel like they were relying a little bit too much on the circle coming towards them when they had that high ground. That's actually one of the reasons why I thought they were going to end up winning, even though they just had 3 players. We're like, okay, they have the high ground. As soon as the circle moved away from them, they took way too long, and then they ended up rotating. And it ended up being the wrong rotation. That's why they're currently here in ninth place with just 4 points. And then if we keep going down, MEZEXIS, this team had a pop-up performance yesterday. I believe it was in Miramar. They had a pop-up performance here today in Miramar, and then after that, we really haven't seen much of them. Along the lines of Ace of Spades, I was talking about it yesterday. I didn't want it to be just a one-off thing from Ace of Spades with what we saw out of them in Vikendi and 21 Illims. We really haven't seen much out of them today.
Well, you know what, Simon, I do want to comment on that, but we don't have much time left, and we want to see the overalls, right? We want to get an idea of where all the teams currently stand. If maybe Extreme Stars have passed YKG, well, they haven't done that just yet, but they got themselves within 12 points, and Hyper have made a massive climb up the leaderboards here with 67 points.
And Hyper going from 9th place at the start of the day all the way up to 3rd place. This is what we want to see out of them in Ace of Spades, even though they really haven't been able to do much or any of the insane matches that we saw out of them yesterday. They're still being able to maintain themselves within 4th place there. And I know you're going to be happy about this one. Canadian Eagles Esports now in a top 5 situation with the gameplay that we've seen out of them. That's great to see.
Yeah, man, their eliminations today have just been a complete turnaround for them, which is honestly fantastic and something that I kind of wondered for a lot of these teams, like how would they adapt between day 1 and day 2? How would they adapt when they have the entire day off tomorrow going into Friday? Even, you know, Wall Street Bets Gaming, I feel like they've still been playing all right? They maintained that confidence from day 1 where they were able to fend off the hot drops from Skills of Mine. They're able to defend off hot drops earlier on today as well. It was K19 in that case on and Picado on Miramar. They're a team that I have some decent expectations for, but going to the second page, I mean, Execute, 25 points. It's getting tough, man, to want to support them, but I hope they do have a good turnaround here, maybe off the back of Casper. But you know what, Seven? It is time to head into our last match of the day here as we look down the last couple of teams. Passionfruit, 18th place. Never thought I'd be saying that. But one thing I knew I'd be saying is the last match of the day. Let's head over to Hot Jukes and Zute to bring us in. Hot Jukes?
Hot Jocks. Hey, Jason, if you can hear me, focus. Focus, baby. All right? Yeah, you get it. You know what? It's the last match here on day number 2. And speaking of focus, we're going to have to see some teams pop off here. We got a southern play path just above military base, baby. Can we get that military circle here to finish things off?
It could happen. You'd love to see it end the day on a military zone. More importantly, I want to see what N-Hyper's got for us. I think today's been a real treat for us to see, you know, N-Hyper just switch gears, like clean as day. They're playing differently. So maybe we'll get a military zone and see some more magic out of N-Hyper. But there's so many teams stepping up right now. 412 NOMADS just got a chicken dinner. K19, they finally are starting to put some points up on the board. Jukes, anything could happen in this last match.
That's right. And look at this. We got Ace going down to Military Island. Excuse as well. Execute taking Prim. Very interesting. Very interesting. And yeah, I like the fact that Execute is going to go ahead and do that because they realize who isn't in this
YKG.
lobby here. Yeah.
Yep. Yes. Oh!
Oh, let's go,
Let's
baby! Let's go! Military Island! Scripted. Scripted. Yeah, and like I was talking about, you know, YKG has been going to Primorsk, you know, and they're playing this edge style. So every time I see that, I'm just automatically thinking, hey, you know what? I know another team that did that. It was Vampire. Right? Vampire and PMWI, and they had a crazy performance that we hadn't seen before. But here we go.
Yeah.
BULUC CHABTAN and Excuse. I didn't even see BULUC CHABTAN come down here. They must have been right on top of them. So yeah,
I only
here we
saw
go.
2 teams as well, but there is 3. Here's 2 of them. Runovers in the elimination feed. Oh, butterfly effect. Getting eliminated. Back and forth we go. So many fights to be had. Which one do we watch? Okay, we're on butterfly effect.
Wait,
Kubi
machete?
getting macheted. That is a war crime right there. It's not done yet, though. There's still 2 up. And yeah, just the last 2 of Butterfly Effect. They're stuck in a 2v2 for now until support comes from the rest of the Puppeteers.
Oh boy, there's the Puppeteers on that broken wall right there's Rizel trying to catch some angles. I hear the pitter patter of a revolver. Oh, he found a UMP. That is definitely what he's going to stick with right here. So man, Butterfly Effect losing 2 players early on. Puppeteers doing the same. This is just rough either way.
Yeah. Quick update in Hyper already. Kindness rotated across the bridge. So they're not messing around with this military zone. They're going to just straight shoot it over there. But we see them do a lot of splits, right? They'll split 2 on Military Island and 2 on the main island. We might just do that here as well. Butterfly Effect will eject it out of there with the last 2 players for the last match of the day.
Woo!
And they are speedy with it. They're not messing around.
Woke up in a new Bugatti, full sending it onto that southern island. Here we go. Look at this. It's been a long time since I've seen these apartments. A battle at them, right, in PMPL, and I am excited. Who's gonna win this one? You can see Illusion with the VSS in the upfront, so not able to find the loot he's really looking to have. I'm looking to see who's got that DBS in hand. Who was fortunate enough to get it? Yeah, it's an absolute standoff right now. I think it's because both teams feel a little bit underlooted. Zoe finds a level 3 helmet. That's what I'm talking about, and he's got the B-Zone. The B-Zone.
Yeah, that's a difficult push to make. So many angles. Yeah, Rush just prone.
Rush, why?
I mean, I know he was behind a box earlier, but you don't prone over to the next box. Like, that is karma. I think he kept trying to prone up to the door, maybe. I don't know what happened there. But Rush goes down for excuse. But look, they still got to be careful. There's so many angles.
Yep, here comes the free fire from Matt. He doesn't get it off. That does scare off BULUC just a little bit. That nade should be good, though. Actually, a little bit off the mark. How about that one? Does that catch Rosh? Beats him up a little bit. They're trying to pre-fire and get to a place where they can save him, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah. The pressure's on. BULUC also has 1 player on the catwalk for the long-range off angle.
Oh,
so
I think he saw toes.
Yeah, if they push them enough, they might be pushed into the off angle from you can see way up there Pappy Sour on the high ground on the catwalk right there. So excuse, they have their exit strategy pretty much blocked off as well.
I don't know why he's up there. He's not going to be able to help from this angle. Not here. So we'll see. BULUC CHABTAN, I think, are handicapping themselves just a little bit. If I were them, bring all 4 people. I played this spot too many times to know that, yeah, you can get some angles from that catwalk, but I mean, you don't think Excuse is going to be anywhere near in a position to do it.
Pappy found it!
Pappy found it! They actually peeked the window, and he took them out. Unbelievable. Excuse pushing up on it.
It's not done, though.
It's not done? Oh, that was so close.
I think it's a 1v1 down here.
It really is.
Yeah, it's a 1v1. Yeah, he's got to hop out, waiting for Pappy Sour now. Oh, it's not a 1v1. Excuse has tulips though. It's a 2v2. Oh no. This could go either way. Still Jukes.
Can they pick up Illusion? Can they
let these revives? They can't let these revives go through. Excuse has to do something.
They have to push. They have to push. They have to recognize the position that they're in. Rosh going for the reload on the Bison. Staying way too long. Way too long. He got to find an angle.
The revives are coming through. That's a full reset. Full reset for BULUC.
Wow. Full reset. What an advantage. What an advantage they have now. So excuse should be, right, by all means, dead to rights. It's going to really take something special for them to turn this around at this point.
It's going to be tough. Illusion doesn't have any meds, though, I think. He's going to be sitting at 1 HP. A lot of the players on BULUC tagged up. So there's still a chance for Excuse to take this if BULUC messes it up. I mean, these angles, this apartment corridors, it's a tough push, even if you have the man advantage, right? Just one quick 1-2 shots from the DBS or a quick spray down, and you'll be suddenly down 2 players.
Oh boy, what's gonna happen? What's gonna be the play? You can see BULUC CHABTAN starting to get a little anxious, starting to gain their confidence, I think, little by little. But I think they're underlooted. Yeah, and I don't think they have any meds at all. If they had them, they would have used them. Yep. So they're a little underlooted, a little bit beat up. So I think they'd rather just, hey, take their time, try to possibly find some little bandages, and then go from there.
Meanwhile, on the rest of the map, this is a military zone still, so update on who's made it across military. to the military island. All of Hyper are across. Ace of Spades, of course, dropped down here. Execute wrapped all the way down. They took a boat rotation down to the south side. So we have about 5 teams on military island. Here's that mini map. A couple more coming in. And the circle shift, there is a chance that it won't be even military island still, Jukes.
Oh, if it does go north, oh, that would be absolutely insane. But by all intents and purposes, when we see a zone like this, we definitely see players go down. Okay, and yep, that zone does head on down. So a full military circle to end things off. And it looks like that is going to be excuse out of there. So BULUC CHABTAN gonna get the last laugh, and with 4 players up as well.
Yeah, well done for BULUC. Very good job for them to not lose a single player. We see so many times, in those apartment fights, at least 1 player go down from the team that wins. BULUC maintains all 4, so well done. BOPE bridge camping against the PASSIONFRUIT's team. PASSIONFRUIT's gonna go head on into this bridge camp. Zuko leading the charge. Oh, good nade. Juancho goes down. Ophelia with the close range superior skills take down Zuko.
I mean, look at PASSIONFRUIT, right? They have the gun skill, but again, you just see them in positions to not really cover each other. Nade going way far back. I think possibly to a boat. He's in the water.
I'm not sure what's happening.
Yeah, he's just stuck out there in the open. Sixless far behind. Yeah, this is what happens, right? They just put themselves in tough spots and then are forced to try to make crazy plays. Here goes Sixless in a 1v1 situation for now. His back is completely open. So yeah, he has to push. Beautiful nade. Does get beat up in the process and gone.
Man, so fragmented right there from PASSIONFRUIT's. That's tough. It's tough being a new team, trying to figure out, how to play things out. I mean, that's a push that, should be textbook. And usually, you're at a huge disadvantage pushing. But it's been a while since we've seen a team fall apart that quickly on a textbook push like that.
Yeah, well, hopefully they're able to bring it in, bring it all back tomorrow. I mean, again, the great part about this league is they're going to have plenty of time to get things fixed. But I want to start seeing some adjustments from them sooner than later. I mean, their positioning has been quite rough to see. Just not in positions to really help their own teammates out. It just seems like 4 individual players just soloing,
And Hyper, they picked up a point onto BULUC, getting a little aggressive there. You saw earlier, and Hyper had the zone dead center, but playing a little bit more aggressive, peeking around, seeing where they could, soften some teams up, and they softened BULUC up. BULUC down to 3 now, and Hyper getting a point. MEZEXIS running across the bridge. This is something you don't see all the time, and I'm surprised more teams don't utilize this. There's a way to, climb up to these scaffoldings, and instead of scouting by driving down the bridge, he's just going to run across the bridge. It goes both ways, though. Because if there's another player camping you from on top of the bridge, you're running wide in the open.
That's true. That's true. Speaking of wide on the open, this next zone is wide in the open all the way down south. Okay, so it's going to be a party dead on military base. Look at Execute. That rotate really working out for them.
So many teams bridge camping, too. Ace of Spades here, bridge camping. BOPE bridge camping on the other side. Baton.
Oh, I don't think they're gonna see him. I don't think he's gonna spot him. Oh. They stood up. And
no.
Baton from all the way across does catch one, looking for the other. Does he get the angle? He can't see him.
Oh.
He's got to creep up.
Notice how Baton goes for the headshots though, even in long range sprays. He's spraying at the head. Baton is deadly out here.
He gets the knock, but I mean it's a little bit too late. His whole team has just been eliminated just like that. So that is gonna hurt. Let's see what the play is. Yeah, he does end up getting caught out. So Baton with a nice play, but Ace of Spades is gonna get the last laugh, and they should. Oh, I don't think they're gonna get this res off. Nope. Goodbye.
Nope.
See ya.
Almost? Nope. Nice try out of MEZEXIS. I think the timing, if they just time that push a little bit better and let Baton work for like a second or two longer, it would have been a completely different story.
I gotta agree. I gotta agree with you there. Let's see how this story is going to unfold at the end of things, as Freepoint getting beat up in the process. Wide out in the open. 4-1-2, NOMADS. Looking to put in some work here as they take down another member from Lotus, and these teams are still far away from this next circle. So, you know, Papa Blue, the blue zone, is starting to definitely put in some work. They definitely got to get into this next zone sooner than later.
It's ticking. And I don't think many of the teams are prepared for Military Circle, because we haven't seen a lot of those, you know, this year so far. Military Circle, kind of more on the rare side now, and now we see what happens when it pops up. A lot of teams end up running into bridge camps because they're just not sure if teams are going to camp the bridge or not.
Well, if you weren't sure before, you should be sure now, because, man, I mean, we're seeing teams bridge camp both bridges getting down to this island. Ace of Spades in the pretty beat up. I mean, yeah, look at this thing, missing tires, all shot up in this level 2 US, trying to make that rotation into this next zone. So here they go, 4-1-2. Ooh, losing a tire there. Just trying to figure out a way to get into this next circle. Zone number 4, too, is really going to start ticking away at these teams.
Yeah, once the circle pops one more time, blue zone is going to hurt. Ace of Spades trying to make it in. Circle right into the heart of military base. We got a lot of bunkers in play. BULUC, CHABTAN in one of them. There's still like 2 more unoccupied ones. But I think... Oh! That
Wow.
nade. That almost looked like he stepped on a mine.
It did, right?
Yeah,
Just
all I saw
boom.
was use of bandaging, and then boom, that
God.
guy goes out.
And that's butterfly effect out of there. Half the team's gone just like that. And that's due to this gorgeous zone, right? Gorgeous to watch. Not the most fun to play, I'll tell you that right now. Getting
Definitely
into
not.
military, especially if you're one of those teams that decided to go really far north, is never an easy job. That's why I got to give a big heads up to Execute. Being smart to take that boat nice and early. I mean, they do normally drop in that ferry pier area. They've had a lot of experience there, so this is something they definitely prepared for.
Yeah, Execute's one of the teams to always just take the boat. They don't mess around with the bridges whatsoever.
Too risky.
Now, yeah, Execute running into BOPE on the south side. Like Execute did get an opening. Delia with the Scar trying to make something work. Tensa M16 popping it off and
Hitting a lot of shots.
I think he hit 2 at least.
Nope. Can he hit 3? 2 out of 50, 51.
It's the suppressive fire.
52, got him!
Yep, there we go.
Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's suppressive fire. Just putting in work right there and getting that fuego.
Tensa was shooting everywhere Fuego could have ran to get away, right? So he was just making sure he's not getting away.
He was guiding him to that tree. That's what it was.
Perfectly done. I mean, Execute, they pick up the points, don't lose a single member. So this is always good to see from the Execute squad. And so many teams are already out. Look at how empty the military base is compared to how much room there still is left to play in.
So many teams were so late on the rotation. They just got punished on the way in. Execute, yeah, Tensa gonna go ahead and pick up that loot. Just say, you know what? I think I'm good without this M16.
I'm done using that one.
I will pick up the Scar after those shots. And we'll see how he finishes off the game here. Extreme Slayers are on the high ground, so they're gonna go ahead and take yep, right there. You can see them up on those, right below the towers, actually. They're spread out all over the place. And they're going to be holding on the east side of the map. Meanwhile, Hyper, full squad up, does make it on in. And right below police station is where they're currently hiding at. You can see them right there.
I like seeing how Hyper is not just dead center, because I'm sure they have the info, like one of the bunkers that's more center is clear. But instead, they're going to play on the edge this time. They realize they have the manpower to fight their way in, which is something we don't see Hyper do too much, right? And they could tell from the lobby state that a lot of these teams are weak. So maybe a very conscious decision to change up their play style given the situation at hand to go for more eliminations rather than placement points.
100%. Let's see
Oh,
where
and
this next zone.
They get that one right there onto
that's
the ace
it.
player.
Take it to the bank. Full team up. They're going to probably take one of those bunkers right here. Yep, that's what Kindness is going to do. And it is going to be this next zone, so I'm not going to be surprised if we see GK first head right there.
I do see Extreme Slayers though in a very good position. You called it out on the high ground underneath the towers. They get the zone that way too. They get a lot of room to work with, a lot of sightlines, a lot of options. This could be a huge game for Extreme Slayers. And on the opposite side of the map, right, in Hyper, they could do something very similar. Both teams on the edges of the zone, but with 4 players up and room to work with, both squads are extremely deadly. And we can't count out Execute. They have 4 up as well. Can they pull out something that we haven't seen yet, though?
Well, let's see. Let's see if they can. Extreme Slayers, of course, covering that side next to the observatory. Execute. Just picking up players little by little, gaining that confidence. There goes Ophelia, who's a heck of a player by all means. And that's going to be BOPE eliminated. 8 teams remaining. So much space here. I mean, this was a tough zone for teams to really get into.
Yeah, we have 8 teams remaining, but 3 of those teams are just solos. 1 of those teams is just a duo. So 8 might sound like a lot, but there's only 19 players up.
Crazy to think with 19 players, you know, if you go out right now, it's 7th place. 1 point. Unbelievable. Let's see how these teams are going to do it. Actually, it might be 2 points. Let's see how many in Hyper are going to get, though. They're starting to spread their wings, right? When you see in Hyper start to spread out for this position, you can definitely tell that they're confident about where they're currently sitting.
Yeah, looks like they're going to try to take control of the whole south side. They're doing that wraparound right now, outside of the zone. Pay close attention to that mini-map. You can see, yeah, they're running into Suppressive Fire from Fate. So Fate doing a good job making sure their backside doesn't get backfilled. Just a couple of shots should be enough to make Hyper go the other way, saying like, hey, you're not going to get a free flank on us here.
Let's see what CHABTAN will do right here, right below. Execute up on top, keeping an eye on Hyper. And meanwhile, I mean, looking at the map, Extreme Slayers have a really good spot. Hyper is Hyper, and you know they finally started to show who they are here in this position. If they could get towards Kindness, they're going to be set up really pretty. But this cross is a little bit risky.
One of the Execute players just got knocked right there. That's a big opening for the side of BULUC, or even Hyper if they want to third party this. BULUC and Hyper on top of each other. 2-2 split for Execute, 2 on the backsides for the support fire. Hyper just playing it slow, waiting to see where this circle goes. It's the next one that's going to really start kicking things off.
Where is the circle going to go? Will Hyper get blessed? If they do, that'll be so huge. If it centers up, it's going to be pretty much chaos for all these teams. And okay, Extreme Slayers are going to get a little bit blessed in this position. And now they're in a good spot here. But honestly, Execute with this 2-2 split are pretty deadly as well.
Definitely so. I want to see what Hyper does here, because this is not an easy push. If they push this way, they're pushing into BULUC and Execute. It's the closest side to the zone for them, though. And it's the side where they have vision on. So it's a fight that they could take, but I don't know if they realize it's 2 full squads almost over here that they're going to have to contend with.
All right, well, let's see how Execute is going to decide to play this. You know, BULUC CHABTAN, the only thing you're going to do is just sit there in that bunker for now. You know, you're not going to move until you absolutely have to. So I think Execute and BULUC CHABTAN are happy to be neighbors here, forcibly. They were forced into this lease together, and the blue zone's their only way out of it. Tensa, actually it's going to be Fate with some nice shots there on the GK first, but with BULUC CHABTAN right below them, there's no way they can push this.
No, GK first won't be able to get revived, though. It looks like Fate did put in enough damage to make GK first bleed out extremely fast.
Oh, he might get it off just by the skin of his teeth. Yep, he does.
Oh,
he crawls
that's huge.
back. I mean, that was so close. Way too. Look how much health he has. Way too close for comfort there. So
Fate
And
might have done them a favor, actually. Because of that knock, very low chance. And Hyper's going to push that way now, which will, force them north, which is the easier way to push in now.
Let's see. How is Remix going to play this? We haven't talked a lot about Extreme Slayers. We know this team can absolutely go nuts. They've been really quiet here. They have the most dominant position, and they haven't had a reason to move or be aggressive. So they have all this control. What fight are they going to opt to take first? I think they're just going to kind of wait it out and let people come to them. And that's usually how it rolls in a zone like this.
Yeah. Oh, Tensa getting a knock onto Kindness. It looks like Hyper did push down on the south after all. You could see, yep, here we go. The southern fight, three-way team fight in BULUC. I don't think they've moved a muscle.
GK first, trying to find some angles. Uh-oh. Does he spot some toes?
Oh,
he has to.
He sees the toes.
He sees the toes. Is he going to take the shots, though? That's the question. I don't think he wants to give up his position or peek too long either. Corey,
Yeah, he's not in the zone.
Yeah, he's not. Absolute nade fest between these two teams. BULUC CHABTAN, they can't do nothing about this. They just got to sit there. Kindness catches a nice nade on the Tensa.
Another one. That's a re-knock.
So
surely Hyper. Oh, Hyper.
Oh,
I don't think they know. Yeah,
There's
they
no
didn't
way
know.
they didn't know. There's
didn't
no
know.
way.
I'm telling you, BULUC was so quiet here the entire time. Execute knew because they were here, pushing them in. But they haven't made a single noise since Hyper pulled up here. So Hyper getting cut down to 2. BULUC stepping up now, and of course, Execute's gonna third party this one.
Absolutely. Goodness gracious. What a crazy play. That smoke coming out. Minor! Oh my gosh, with these knocks, Execute's got to start coming in hard. And here they go. Yep. Jump down's probably about to happen here in the next few seconds.
Kindness.
It's all Kindness.
Yeah, he clutches it up. Picks up some elimination points, at least takes out a team some more placement point. Can Kindness do
Cheeky
another
smoke.
crazy 1v3 here?
I don't know why Execute isn't really putting in that work to make sure that they clear this out
just push
first.
him.
Just
Push
push. Just push. You're gonna let him go?
Oh, this is bad. This could be really bad. Yeah, this could be really bad. We'll see what Kindness does here. Yeah,
They're gonna regret
Kindness
it.
gonna make a play. He's gonna try and do something here.
Oh, Blue Zone hurts so bad. Oh my gosh. Blue Zone is chunking. He's gonna get this first aid off for now. Tensa with a crazy push coming on up. Got the DBS. Can he hit the shot though? Yep, he does.
Good job. This forces like 2 of the players from Execute to stay far back though. It could have been a lot worse, if there was more enemies in the zone where they needed all 4 players to push in. So this situation, it was fine because so many players got eliminated already. But in most situations, you can't push into the circle, leaving 2 players behind to deal with 1 player that's stuck in the blue. It's just not economical.
Let's see how the rest of Execute is going to handle this. Trick gets knocked, and that's their off angle now gone. So now it's just Casper and Tensa and Fate. Okay. So this is what I was talking about. These angles, I don't know why he thought that that was going to be free.
Yeah.
It's just losing a player for just no reason, in my opinion.
Trying to do too much.
Trying to do too much.
Which is what the downfall of Execute usually is. They're going to even try and get that revive. They got a trade knock, but they can't do much to suppress that revive. So Execute down to 3. Extreme Slayers finding
Nice
another player.
shots.
Man,
That mini
like
is so good.
shooting fish in a barrel for Remix out here.
He takes those all day long. Catches that tire out. You can see Casper shimmying for hopes and dreams at this point because he ain't getting rest. Yeah. Okay, Remix said, you know what? Fine. If I can't hit you, I'm blowing up this buggy.
There we go. Remix should be paying attention to the zone closing in because the rest of Execute have to make a move.
Tensa trying to be sneaky with that scar.
Oh,
he caught
more
some
toes. Oh, Tense is gonna
Don't you dare!
shimmy out.
Don't you dare! Bop, 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 bop. Got him. Fate, you gonna
Oh.
peek this too? Fate is gonna peek it. Oh my gosh.
This is how you use a mini.
This is how you use a mini. That's how you hit those.
Disgusting.
And, oh wow, Extreme Slayers. Another chicken dinner on the day.
That's
3 out of 4. Zute.
3 out of 4. YKG did it on the first day. Extreme Slayers, well, they're going to do it on the second day, and I feel like Extreme Slayers might have done it a little bit better. I don't know. Just watching Remix,
Oh, remix.
that guy with that mini, this guy is proficient with all weapons.
That guy. I mean, this is the reason why when we did predictions before this tournament started, I was like, do not sleep on Extreme Slayers, because this squad has been coming in hot. Remix showing up in a major way, just leading the charge for this team. And 10 eliminations, 1,500 damage, and the way he just execute right there was absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, that mini, so clean. Tense a thought. He thought.
He thought, right? He's like, I
Yeah.
got the lay down, I got the scar. I'm about to punish this guy. Nope.
I'm gonna laser him. Nope. Instant bop, bop, bop. You're done. And then
Goodbye.
Fate. Oh yeah, bopped just as quick back. Highest
Fate.
damage. Ace of Spades though. Most eliminations. Good for him.
Wow, just Fate, like, I'm gonna run out in the open. No sweat, right? I'm gonna run out in the open. Go ahead and get my teammate back up. No, sir. No, sir. So the mullet legend making a return there from Ace of Spades with the most eliminations. Beautifully done. But at the end of the day, you know, Extreme Slayers, 3 chicken dinners out of 4. These guys have got to be on top of everything, Zoo.
Yeah, super impressive out of Extreme Slayers. And we're going to take it to the desk right after these highlights to see what they got to say about that.
What do we have to say about that match, Zute? Remix, gosh, dang, this guy, man, just popping heads with the mini there. We talked about the mini so much at PMWI, and we're seeing exactly why here in NA. He did some serious work with it.
That last shot that he was able to hit too, were like, I actually said, I don't think he's gonna hit that. He shut me up so fast because he hit that very, very fast. That was an impressive play out of him.
That was beast level reactions. He unleashed the beast. Monster Energy, our official engineering partner here at PMPL, all over that last game there on to execute. And honestly, well done, Extreme Slayers. They close things out. And the fact is, Seven, 2 days in a row now, we've had a team get 3 chicken dinners out of their 4 matches. This is insane, honestly. And I'm curious to see where is this Extreme Slayers going to be tomorrow. Who's going to be the next team to pull off 3 in a day? I don't really know.
And Hyper, maybe. I mean, we saw some
Yeah, could be,
confidence
could
out of
be.
them today. We saw chicken dinner. We saw almost 2 chicken dinners out of Hyper today. They might be the next team, or maybe we'll get a surprise. I like surprises.
Well, they had their own surprise with BULUC CHABTAN over there as well towards military.
True.
Just coming around the corner directly into 3 players. But we'll take a look at our match rankings here. Extreme Slayers, I didn't catch how many eliminations they got at the end. It was 10. Okay, so 20 points overall. A really good match out of them. And honestly, that should mean their first place. That should mean they were like 17 points or like 13 points behind YKG going into this game. That should now allow a new king of the castle here. Execute though, 11 points For a team that's been relatively quiet, that's a pretty good start.
It is, and this is kind of what we wanted to see out of Execute, being able to get themselves towards the end of the game. We saw that earlier in the day too, and that's when we start seeing more Illims. The Illims become a little bit easier for them. And another team, Lotus Esports, even though we really haven't talked about them much, we are starting to see them more and more in the top 5. Definitely a team I'm going to have to keep a close eye on, and you talked about it, and Hyper did end up getting surprised there by BULUC CHABTAN, but Kindness was able to clutch it up for them. They ended up with 9 points.
Say that name again.
BULUC CHABTAN.
Oof. I like the way you say it.
Oh,
I'm all like white guy, like BULUC CHABTAN. Nah.
That wasn't bad. The second part wasn't bad. The first one was awful.
That's fine. Ace of Spades, 6 eliminations for them as well. Again, like a team we saw pull off 20 yesterday in the final match when we had Miramar, able to pull off another 6, and I think they're deserving to be in our front page of overalls, but we'll get to overalls in just a second. One team who's not deserving, unfortunately, PASSIONFRUIT. And the thing is, if you're out there and you're a fan of the team, it's not like we're trying to talk bad about them. We have such high expectations for the caliber of players they have. We expect really good performance out of them, but they've just not been able to hit that stride. And we don't necessarily mean anything negative by it, but we have to do with the results, or we have to, analyze what the results we're seeing, and they're just not living up to the team that we know they can be.
Only 3 points today, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, a team that you mentioned it has a lot of potential. We haven't really gotten a chance to see it. I want to see how this team is going to be able to come back when we actually come back on Friday. They're going to have that day off tomorrow. They're going to be able to regroup. They're going to be able to look at their mistakes, because there's going to be a lot of mistakes that they're going to be able to learn from. It just comes down to how they can bounce back from such an awful start, and also what mindset the team is going to be in, right? This is the first time a lot of these players are working together, like the casters were saying. It comes down to that synergy. Can they overcome this? And if they can they work on that synergy during the matches?
Well, I know you said when you have these like quick events, right, that are 4 days long, you cannot have really a bad day if you want to win. But events like this, you can have a bad week. I mean, you just won't get as many bonus points potentially for the finals, right? As long as you bounce back week 2, week 3, all you have to do is be better than 4 teams in this league stage, and you're going to get into the finals. And that's where you can really kind of redeem yourself and potentially get yourself into regionals.
Yeah, and they're a team that I definitely think that they were going to end up making it to finals. They will be able to bounce back from this. And we kind of mentioned it too in regards to teams. We're going to be judging them a little bit different. For PASSIONFRUIT, I am going to be giving them a little bit of a slack here in the first week, because it is the first time a lot of these players are working together. It is, I mean, Sixless being back from retirement, he's going to be able to readjust too. He's going to be able to try to figure out what position he's going to be playing with this squad. So give him a week. I think this is a team that will definitely end up in the top 10.
All right, well, speaking of top 10, let's take a look at who's currently in our top 10 with our overall standings. And it should be Extreme Slayers in first place, as mentioned before, with YKG, I would imagine, second. There we go. That's a nice little lead of 8 points here for Extreme Slayers. I mean, they got the better placements. They got the better limbs as well. And honestly, after yesterday, I didn't really expect a team to do better when it came to YKG with eliminations, because they had 40 on day 1, but only got 18 today.
And for a team from Extreme Slayers, I was impressed with what they were able to do, especially in that last area guild. They were able to kind of rotate a little bit more, position themselves in a way that they were ready for whatever the circle was going to do, not like what we saw to be Candy from them. So it's good to see those adjustments on the fly from this team. And Hyper, I mean, we're going to talk about them, right? A big jump up, a big performance. This is the N Hyper that we do expect to see. And then a little bit lower, Ace of Spades. You're still within the top 4. We didn't really see any crazy pop-up performances out of them, but they're currently doing what it takes to be within the top 4.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's exactly what they need, right? Like, this is still going to be a good amount of bonus points. Again, they're already ahead of, the 4 teams at least that they need to get into the finals. I think for them, it's about trying to get as many bonus points, kind of refining your play to be a little bit more consistent in your results per match, because you can't have a pop-off 30 elimination or 30-point game and then go into the next day and only get, 33 points in total. But I mean, even BOPE, I think we've seen some good things out of them. Canadian Eagles Esports, for me, that's probably been one of the biggest step-ups on the day. Them and Hyper together have been really able to bounce back and, I would say, kind of redeem what they lacked yesterday, or fix the problems, because they were okay at getting placements, right? They would just stay alive as long as possible. But they weren't aggressive. They weren't confident in their fights, and we saw that happen today with Baby Tank.
Yeah, Baby Tank especially. I think he had a pop-up performance for today, especially for his team. can they continue on showcasing this kind of confidence, right? That's what it's going to come down to, because it's not just going to be them having the day off. Everybody's going to be having the day off tomorrow. A lot of these teams are going to be able to just look back on what they can improve, and that's where we're going to be seeing a big difference from some of this team. Who can actually improve the most? Who can readjust? Who can pretty much come out on Friday and say, okay, we are still here. We can still play within the top 5. Canadian Eagles, I feel like that is a team that has the potential. And Super Lazy Reflex, I feel like if we give them more time too, that is a team that can definitely end up in the top 10.
Yeah, I think so. I think even the likes of like Execute technically could be top 10. I mean, we saw, increased performance today. I think K19 for me is like the weird one. I don't really know where to place them on the grand scheme of things here compared to everyone else, because sometimes they have some decent matches, sometimes they have some like missed calls when it comes to rotations, thinking back to the Candy, right, where I had them picked as the team to win. I'm not sure where I really place them over on the lobbies just yet, but I feel like I'd have a better understanding after the first week's done.
I agree with you on that. There was a lot of passiveness, especially from David Candy, that we were able to see. They could have definitely won that match if they would have third party. But it could be just first weeks for them. We'll have to figure it out. BULUC CHABTAN there with 24 points, and I want to see this bottom one because I feel like this is when we're going to end up getting the most improvements. And the team, I'm pretty sure you know which team I'm going to be talking about. It's going to be none other than PASSIONFRUIT Esports, because if they get worse, man, I'll be super shocked. But I feel like this team can definitely bounce back from those 14 points that they were able to get in 2 days. And Skills of Mine, they got 5 points today. That's an improvement.
Yeah, obviously you're going to see those eliminations be what really carry through like these teams down here, because getting further into the game, the placements are going to be much more difficult. But 12 elims for PASSIONFRUIT, 2 placement points. I think that's kind of the surprising part for me for PASSIONFRUIT, is that they only got 2 placements, because you have such a depth of knowledge across the board from all their players. And yeah, they might not have played together for a very long time, but I feel like they should know how to generally play out these lobbies. I think maybe the only thing that could stand out to me is I don't know how long Sixless has been gone, because the meta has changed so much. The lobbies have improved so much since back when he was playing, that it is a lot more difficult for him to have that same level of impact now that he used to have.
Yeah, I feel like it still comes down to that synergy. They do have the experience, right? But there could be a lot of players maybe still doing their own thing and not really listening to each other, not really following a game plan, and forcing certain rotations that in their mind they think it's right, but it could be hindering their performance. That's what I'm saying. Just after this day off, if they're for some reason come Friday they don't bounce back, I'm gonna be even more harsh on that team. But I feel like 1 day off, they should be able to, with such an amount of experienced players within that roster, to be able to bounce back, and they should be able to definitely get out of the hole they're currently digging themselves in.
We know it's 7. Why don't we get a head start on our day off? Because with them not playing, that means we don't have to work either. So actually, thank you again for joining me here on the show, 7. Hachu Exute as well. It's been a great day of action. I'm actually been pleasantly surprised. I'm kind of happy YKG wasn't as dominant as they were day 1. At the same time, I'm kind of sad, because I would love to see one team dominate, period. But Extreme Slayers, they're only getting better. And Hyper, they're only getting better. The question is, can they maintain this pace going into Friday? Or we're going to have to wait and find out. We'll see you guys then for some more PUBG Mobile action.
fire. Should catch kindness. Passes on kindness. Says, I'm taking out you first, and then you later, baby. Let's go. I'm gonna be surprised if we see execute try to, you know, take out this side of the map a little early on, but they're staying completely away. K19.
Still got one up. The DBS.
It's out. Oh my God.
Walking right into the DBS. The 1v2 right now, Hot Jukes.
Alf, it's your time.
Go!
Can you do this? He gets another. One more. The DBS under. Where are your